Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hobby Night. I feel like it has been ages since we last spoke. I see it has been about 10 days, and that feels like a really long time, honestly. And we'll talk a little bit about the vacation here in a bit, but I just wanted to say hello to everybody. It's lovely to see everybody so active in chat already. I know we had a couple people chatting before we even got started. To everybody who's here now, Havman and Panda Truno and Geomax. It's lovely to see you guys. How you doing? Hopefully, Trudeau? Oh, I'm sorry. Trudeau. Sorry, Panda Trudeau. It's lovely to see everybody. How are we all doing? Did we have a great week off from Hobby Night content? I mean, we were still technically making content, mostly Chaos Cultist. Chaos Cultist worked actually through most of the vacation, making reels for me so we could post to social media and everything. And I did like a little bit of filming, but it was a really minimal amount. So it was more of a vacation for me than it was for him. For sure. You missed us? Yay! Hello, Neo. It's lovely to see you. But yeah, it was good. It was a good vacation. Where do I start? At the beginning. So what did we end up doing? We did take it fairly chill. We did take some time to do. You
played a lot of Fallout 76.
I played a lot of Fallout 76. I did do some cleaning around the house. I got my new greenhouse set up, so I'm excited about that.
There's a lot of housework. Because, I mean, like, for example, the garage is so much better.
It's so much nicer.
At the end of the last stream.
Exactly.
Areas you can't see that are off camera, like where my workstation is and such, are all cleaned up, so that's all been done.
Exactly.
We completely revamped the office.
Yeah, we completely revamped the office. Which was mostly you. Like, I moved some things out of the office and brought them down here. But you actually mostly took care of rearranging in the office, and I love how it looks. We bought a giant, like, 5-foot beanbag chair that works really well for me. It's a little too
memory foam thing.
Yeah, it's a memory foam chair, I guess, rather than a beanbag. But it's one of those styles like beanbag ones where it's just sitting on the floor and it's a cushion. It's
a big bag of memory foam.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been sitting in that, and I've been doing some reading, which has been really nice. And that's now in the office. So, like, I feel like it's more comfortable for us to chill in there together, even when we're not, like, doing work stuff. And it feels like, honestly, just a little bit more, like I said, comfortable is really the best way to say it. So played a lot of Fallout 76. Got a lot of organizing around the house. Like he said, I completely rearranged things in here. Hello, George, it's lovely to see you, as well as Millwall Scum. Hello! Oh, you know what? I think I have, but I haven't checked my email, like, basically through my vacation, with the exception of, like, responding to, like, ones that are, like, hardcore sponsors and everything like that. So I have not seen it fully, but I've looked at, I think I saw that it was in there. So I will make sure to check that after the stream, Millwall Scum. Thank you for sending that.
I will make sure she does.
Yes, no, it's totally, I'm looking forward to, honestly. But yeah, because I was going through things today. So yeah, love that you sent that and looking forward to. One of the, like, okay, so the vacation was really good. Did do a lot of cleaning, which I know doesn't really sound vacation-y, but for me it was. It is something that I think had been building up and was making both myself and Chaos Cultist a little anxious because things had gotten a little cluttery, especially like in the living room / our kitchen area, which is always the place where I think clutter happens the most for us.
Cleaned after Christmas.
Yeah, we really hadn't cleaned after Christmas. So like I took the vacation time to really buckle down and do that. And basically I did my spring cleaning before spring hit, because I know we're in the middle of winter. But
because when we get to spring, we can actually do the like dusting and such. Because honestly, we need to do that.
Yeah, that's that. Like it was a lot of
Those of you who have ever looked at our collections and gone, "Wow, how do you guys dust that?" The answer to that question is infrequently, but thoroughly when we do.
Yep, pretty much. And we put like full masks on because otherwise it would just make both of us really ill.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the great thing is during the vacation, we finally started having clearer weather. You guys have probably heard me like all prior to the vacation, all through December, like bitching. Whinging about how it was overcast and like rainy, and sometimes not even just rainy, just cloudy and gray, no sun, and it was driving me nuts. I feel so refreshed because it's actually sunny out again. It's been really nice, actually. Luke, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Patrick C64, welcome to the Hobby Night Legion. It's lovely to have you join us. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the legs. I almost hid them today because when I first came in this garage, holy shit, it was cold.
I'm gonna tell you right now, on the side of the garage the heater's not pointing at,
go ahead
I'm dancing.
Yeah, go ahead and turn it towards you a little bit more. I'm comfortable right now.
I'm just gonna turn it back to oscillation.
Oh, I did turn it off that for...
No, I turned it off oscillation because I wanted to make sure you and the shorts didn't freeze.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for that. I'm feeling good now, so please feel free to put it back on oscillation. Because yeah, I like came in here this morning and it was so cold. I don't know what happened. Luke, it's definitely colder where you are in the UK. Guarantee that. How's it feeling?
Good.
Not fully cured yet, though?
I would say probably needs another day, the way green stuff is.
I agree. I'm basically like letting
it. That tiny tackiness.
Yes, that means it's not fully cured. Okay, so what he just poked at.
I can carefully tip it.
Okay.
If I carry it like this, because the problem I had was the pain before.
Yes. So we posted a video about us priming the Buster Sword. And that went really well. We were really excited. The next day we came and we were doing another one. We weren't filming it, but we were like, okay, we're gonna put another layer on this thing.
Yeah, so and you can see it's actually been primed down
to here. Yeah, basically to the hilt. And I stupidly, because I was uncomfortable with how the tip was pressing into the side of the house when we just had it sitting outside, and I was worried.
Leaning against the house like so.
Yes, and I was worried the wind, because we had some like strong gusts of wind the last couple of days. I was worried the wind was gonna take it and it was gonna scrape it against the side of the house, which is like a stucco finish, and damage it. So I suggested that we bring it inside and put it in the clamp here in the garage. Well,
I couldn't carry it at an angle where I couldn't touch the paint.
Right.
And not accidentally bump it into the ceiling as I brought it into the house.
So
I had to do like a power squat, which I hadn't realized.
Right.
Like I needed to carry it like this.
Exactly. And so what happened is, in the process of doing that, Chaos Cultist actually accidentally bumped it onto the ceiling, because I also was inside getting the clamp prepped. I wasn't there helping to guide him either. So, which is also another thing that like we could have done differently to prevent a.
She also feels guilty because I was like, I don't think we need to move the sword.
He really was. He was like, he doesn't think we need to move it, but I was insisting because I was feeling uncomfortable about it. And so he just went along with it to make me feel better. And I feel that's really like.
Now that was fine. It bumped into the ceiling. It broke the tip a little bit. We then brought it in here because the paint needed to dry.
Right.
And then, Angela, what happened the next day?
So actually 2 days later, I was coming in here to start cleaning. And I was like, I'm gonna move this to make cleaning in the garage a little bit easier. It's definitely dry right now. I'm just gonna go set it
Hold this for me.
onto, of course. I'm gonna set it onto, like against where we normally keep it and all of that. Unfortunately, and I've already shifted the table, because this is not the first time this has happened. So you see, this is the roof of our ceiling or of our garage that you're looking at right now. And you see that beam that sticks down way further than the rest of the ceiling. Well, the clamp was like not directly underneath it, but underneath it enough that if you lift something tall.
Basically, she lifted the Buster sword and it slammed straight into that.
Oh my God, the snapping sound, I was so glad I didn't break off more. Like, frankly, it was so loud. I like immediately started crying. So I'm sobbing.
I think it's probably best you did not alert me because I would have not been in a good mood.
I specifically did not alert you because I knew you wouldn't be in a good mood. I wasn't in a good mood. I was furious at myself because I wasn't even thinking about it. So I lifted it. I completely snapped the tip off. So in my panic, I like brainstormed through multiple processes to try to figure out how to fix this, and ultimately was just like, fuck it. I think the best bet is actually to use green stuff. It's what I'm most comfortable with, and it's gonna keep shape good enough that I think I can get it back to a pretty solid point. So that was my big panic of the vacation, was when I fully snapped the tip off of the Buster sword and had to repair it. There's still a little bit of work I need to do, and obviously I need to do sanding and priming some more to like really get it smooth. But I think ultimately,
I want to hit the blade with I want areas of the blade with one more layer of that paint.
I agree.
Wet sand it, maybe fill or prime it if we have any major cracks.
Yes.
And then repeat it before we actually get to the final paint.
I agree. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. So that's the next process and steps for the Buster sword. But that was my big panic. One of the fun things that we ended up doing is, I know, right? Great stuff to the rescue. Woo! Hello, Darren. It's lovely to see you in chat. How you doing? You're having a heat wave today of 55 degrees? Nice. A nice, hot, crisp 55. But yeah, so one of the fun things that we ended up doing, we actually did quite a few fun things, but the me breaking the tip, the multi-step process of breaking the tip off the Buster sword was a little traumatic. But we got through it, and I think hopefully it'll be fine and everything. So, washed out hobbyists, woo! You're alive, woo! Excellent. Oh, you live, woo! You're alive. I'm alive too.
Went to a museum.
Yeah, we went to a museum, and we got to go with Seth and Shay, which was really fun. I enjoyed it a lot. There's a museum that we'd like to go to, and I've been to it like twice now.
It's in the Bay Area.
We
can say it's nice.
Yeah, it's so the Black Hawk Museum in the Bay Area. We really like it. One of my favorite things about it is that they have a bunch of like really cool, fancy old cars.
And by fancy old, we mean like they have the Maharaja's car from like the 1920s of India.
Yeah,
this big brass and silver monstrosity. It has just, forgive me, it has slave seats on it.
Yeah, like it's
for like little assistants to the Maharaja.
Yeah, which was crazy. There were some wild things in there.
Amazing prototype Ferraris.
Oh my gosh, and like just really cool. Like, I mean, they actually did have some race cars as well. So if you're if you're more into that, they did have some of that.
They had Model Ts.
Yeah, they had some. But my favorite was like they always. And so I was looking.
Yes.
The short that we did about the burrow. Which I do think it was a burrow. I remember seeing a sign saying it was a burrow. I don't know.
We can grab a picture of the info plaque next time.
Yeah, well, but I think it was a different one than what was there the last time we went.
Oh.
Because one, it was in a different location.
Yeah, I think they moved around things for like.
I know that they do that, but I genuinely think it was a different machine because the one that was there previously definitely was the Burrow Superior.
Okay.
Like the one that everybody said in that video that was saying like that's what Hermes is based off of. And I remember looking that up previously, which is why I thought it was so cool. I think that one was still a Burrow. I don't know if it was a Superior or if it was a Superior with like a number after it, because I remember looking. No, I know you don't know either, but like I thought it was really cool because like I really like that brand of motorcycle. They're very cool English motorcycles or British motorcycles. And yeah, it was a really, really fun. There's also a couple of really cool just like exhibits in there. So they have like this really gorgeous with way bigger sculptures than I really would have expected, but of like African art, specifically from like 2 regions in Africa. And I don't remember like,
yeah, offhand I don't.
Like remember. Offhand, I don't remember what region.
But yeah, they have these like beautiful wood ornate sculptures.
Yeah, just like gorgeous stuff.
Big. I mean, we're talking 10,
like
maybe 20 feet tall for a few of them.
Yeah, like some of them are as tall as my ceiling in this garage, maybe even taller.
10 feet.
Okay, so yeah, like 10 to 12 feet maybe. Like they were huge. Really impressive stuff. They have a massive taxidermy collection, which was really cool. So if you're like really big into like mammals of the world mostly, then there's just tons of them to look at. Like they have some that are purely just sculptures, but most of them are taxidermy, which was really cool. And then they had this gorgeous China exhibit, which has like a bunch of sculptures made out of like antiqued wood, ivory, like seashells, which are probably some of my favorite. Like there's 2 pieces in there in particular.
It's a large exhibit that's also a lot of one-to-one recreations of the terracotta warriors.
Yeah, which was really cool.
And things like I'm sure it's a China-funded social, cultural outreach project or something like that. But it is a gorgeous one. You know what there's a giant wooden like rosewood dragon statue. I'm describing it out loud for chat.
Yeah, of course.
You know what that is?
No, I don't remember.
That's Shenron.
Oh, is that Shenron?
Shenron.
Oh, okay, it's actually Shenron. That's really cool. I hadn't
I was reading the plaque when we were there.
Oh, I missed that.
This is literally the
Shenron.
Dragon.
That's so cool. I hadn't quite put that together. Okay, well, I'll appreciate that more the next time that we go. Because the exhibits, like they do small exhibits and they do a lot of stuff with like, a lot of car shows actually. A lot of car shows happen there because I think the guy who originally like funded the building of the museum was really big into
I mean, it was his car collection.
Well, yes, but I think he was just into that scene, like the car show scene. Yes, because the cars.
You don't have a Warhammer collection if you're not into the Warhammer.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah, so he's really big into cars, and then I think he just had other interests, and so they put this stuff in there. And then the other really cool thing about it, and one of my like favorite parts of the museum, and frankly, I like all the exhibits. I think all of them are really cool, but I just also think museums are cool. Is the Wild West exhibit, because they have an entire upper floor that is dedicated all to like Wild West stuff, which is really very appropriate for California because of like Gold Rush and
on Wild Bill's Wild West show.
Yes, it's about the carny side of the Wild West industry.
They have a lot of the relics from that old circus.
Yes, which is super cool because like as a pro wrestling fan and knowing that like a lot of that like entertainment culture is derivative. Yes.
Just gonna answer Big Poppy's question real quick.
Oh, sure.
We have a long delay and I don't want to leave them waiting. The live stream of the Fallout Battle Report will be live streamed here on YouTube on Friday. So if you miss it, it will of course be on demand on YouTube immediately after.
Yes, but the plan is, and there will be a short later out later this evening, basically advertising that we're probably, or is it going out tonight or is it going out tomorrow?
Probably going out tomorrow.
Okay, so it'll probably be out tomorrow morning, advertising that we're doing the Fallout Battle Report stream on Friday. I don't know if we have we decided on a time for that, or is that to be determined?
I think we're just gonna do that.
Okay, so I believe it'll just be at our normal time, so it'll be a 1 p.m. Pacific or 4 p.m. Eastern start time for you, or whatever your regional equivalent is. And that's gonna be happening Friday, like Chaos Cultist said. I'm really excited. Actually, our first game, while I did lose, I actually learned a lot, and I really actually quite enjoy the game.
It came close.
And
there was a way win in the last round, that would not have happened because of dice.
I agree.
But you could have potentially even pulled it out in the end if you had gotten some really lucky dice rolls.
Yes,
On the killing me side or on the hacking side.
Neither
would have happened with what you rolled.
No, unfortunately, I actually had some really bad. Like the dice were against me at the end of the game. They were like, "No, you've lost this.
Yeah,
Sorry."
You were fine earlier.
It really was. I just had a like the game decided you're done, and it just started rolling horrifically for me. I actually don't think I need this anymore. It's warmed up enough in here that I think I'm okay. So like that happened. And I'm just like, but I really like the game. Like, and we'll definitely talk more about this when we actually do the battle report. But just TRLD, whatever it is.
Too long didn't read TLDR.
Yeah, TLDR. So I always tongue twist that acronym. The TLDR is I really liked it, and I wish there were things from it that Warhammer would like utilize because. And one of the other things that I'm also very curious about is I want to compare it to Fallout Factions because I know there have been people in chat who have been like, oh, I've played both and I way prefer Fallout Factions.
Everything I've read leads me to believe that Fallout Factions is the better war game. But having played and read up on some of Wasteland Warfare, it is a very fun scenario board game.
See, and that's the thing that I actually really like about it. Like that is the thing that I really, really enjoy about it is like I still felt like I was playing a war game because I had an objective. Like we were still having to kill each other and all this stuff. Like
we'll be playing the same mission. We're practicing it one more time tomorrow.
Yep.
And then we're playing it again on Friday. I'm gonna put more terrain on the board.
I agree. I think we need to use more terrain. But like, so that was something that happened. And I don't know, I like the board game elements of it. And so I'm very curious to be like, okay, how much like Kill Team is Fallout Factions? And do I actually prefer the board game style version of a war game versus just the like straight Kill Team style tactics game? Because honestly, I have a feeling I'm gonna like the board game style a little bit more. Like, I don't know, I liked the narrative, the hard narrative element that was always present.
If I may speak.
Yes, please.
So, what she's speaking to is, on one hand, in this game, Fallout Wasteland Warfare, while you're playing, your characters can pick up new equipment and equip it immediately. That is not something you can do in modern 40K. Makes the game a lot more dynamic. Could make it way more swingy as well, of course. And the other thing that I believe you're talking about is in the rules for the mission itself, they had specific rules that weren't specifically balanced, but if you were playing certain factions, you would have specific rules in this mission. For example, the super mutants are too stupid to know what most people are doing.
Right.
But once they see Angela's characters attempting to complete their objective, they have a chance of figuring out what they're doing and then have the option to smash things to stop Angela's team.
Right.
Like that kind of thing, which exists kind of in Crusade for 40K.
Right, but they never focus on, like, I think, okay, here's my problem. Fallout Wasteland Warfare, Warhammer 40K, and Kill Team, and everything that Games Workshop creates is so weirdly hyper-focused on trying to be a competitive tournament game scene. Like, they want all of their games to constantly... tournament scene game, right? Like, they want you... Their concept of the only way we can get people actually playing this game together is to have this hardcore tournament. And I feel like a lot of players don't really give a shit actually about necessarily doing that and just want to have the goofy fun of, I want to have this dumb little narrative of why my Space Marines want to absolutely destroy whatever orcs my friends are running, because there is canon narrative for them to dislike each other, and we're gonna lean into the joke of that. And maybe this is just me being hyper nostalgic for like my entry level games when I was playing in like 5th edition Warhammer 40K, and that is what happened at tournaments. Like, I was at a club where even when it was tournament and it was competitive and we were all like trying to kick each other's ass for like winning prize money or whatever, or just clout. Like, we still got into the I'm doing like I remember the IG player was terrifying to go up against because it was just gonna be a what would they call it, the wind blower? Leaf blower, thank you. It was just a leaf blower because he was running a leaf blower list and you knew it, and it was just like, how do I deal with this? And you were
scared of his Valkyries.
I mean, the Valkyries were also scary and terrifying because they were new. They were brand spanking new.
I have no idea what you're talking about as a Blood Angels player with the only Storm Raven in the
Oh my god, I know. And your Blood Angels were terrifying to go up against too, because you were so fucking fast, and then you were in my face, and then I just died. It was just blood everywhere.
Yeah, we'll demonstrate that more on Friday when we play the game. So we'll see what Wasteland Warfare. But yeah, it's a game that screams to have a GM. Like, if you ever watched, the Yogs cast has their game channel game night.
Yes.
Shout out to them, where they've done some Fallout Wasteland Warfare battle reports, but they've done it with a game master,
which was so cool. Like, I want to do that at some point.
No, it does work with AI, but the same way you can literally just have a game master who handles a lot of the RNG elements of the game. Like I talked about how there's random, weapons you can pick up. Well, you have a game master who knows where certain weapons are on the board, and the players don't.
Right.
So you can actually make it a little more interesting and not have it be like, oops, I picked up a nuke launcher first thing.
Yeah.
And instead, as the GM, you put the nuke
launcher at that spot. Yeah.
The game, that kind of thing. It allows for, like, honestly, somewhere like that Little Wars, H.G. Wells idea.
Okay, speaking of Little Wars HD, you can if you want to. Like, I don't need it for anything like specific. I just more like, I miss when war games did have a GM. I miss when there was Okay, you're right. I am nostalgic for something I've never had, but in the same way that like some people get really nostalgic for like the good parts of like the 1950s in America, but don't actually like want to think about or talk about any of the negative things. And they were born in the 90s, and so like they never actually lived in the 50s, but they have all of this propaganda of how good and glorious the 50s were, and so they really crave that ideal and therefore get really obsessed with like 50s nostalgia. I'm like that with the concept of GMs running war games for their friends from back in the day, because the concept of that just sounds so much more interesting to me, because the point for me of experience a war game is, one, to keep myself critically thinking and active on a tactics level, which I just think is good for like being active and like not losing my intelligence as I get older, but also because it is a way to learn. And I think, especially back in the day with the stuff that H.G. Wells would have been playing with, which was all historical like experiences, like you were just living through the battles that Napoleon and all these other great war heroes like actually did, and recreating that on the small scale.
The original
like,
what if artists, you know?
Right, exactly. Like the original what if artists of like, what if this happened in this battle as opposed to this happening, or just wanting to literally play out the battle exactly as it did so that you can sit there and go, what do we think made the decisions, like the deeper decisions that made them decide to do these movements and stuff?
Also the idea to be like, hey, do we think that maybe the tactical decision was wrong, or do we think that maybe the men failed him, or if instead of going to the left flank,
basically,
it's like I said, it's what if YouTuber alternate history.
Exactly. It is a lot of retrospective thinking that I think taught people about these conflicts on a deeper level than you could ever really get through just reading books or being lectured in like a college or high school or whatever, right?
How the hell we got to this deep of a topic?
Because we brought up H.G. Wells.
Oh, okay.
And I just decided to go off, apparently. I also haven't had any weed yet, so like that's... Yeah, well, you can hand it to me, but you haven't.
You are live, and I would not dare cross over the threshold.
I've had a draw.
What?
I've had a draws plenty. Okay, we are all dudes. Is Kill Team bad now? That's really sad to hear. You feel like Kill Team is just influenced by the terrain of the season, and the latest play is more like boarding actions. For that season, the latest plays more like boarding actions. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The new books always has to do with the terrain.
Yeah, which I mean, I don't necessarily mind because I feel like that's them trying to bring in maybe like a semblance of like a narrative element in your board and your experience with like. I feel like that's trying to bring in a little bit of PvE.
Can I point out what I think it is? It's their way of keeping the meta moving without having to completely nerf and destroy lists that are out there. So if you find that one list is absolutely dominating in a season, the next season the gameplay is radically different based on terrain, just line of sight blocking, for example.
Yes.
Then instead of having to tune the armies, you tune the season.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying it is an idea.
No, I completely agree with you.
You want to magnetize that?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna magnetize it. Clinking against my. But yeah, so like I agree with you. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but that's also because I am going into wargaming experiences. I think that's why we got on the topic actually, is because I was talking about what I want out of a war game.
That's right.
And I kind of want that old school experience because for me, the purely competitive, I'm just going to buy constant new armies or borrow constant new armies to keep up with the meta. I don't know, that sounds really like soul sucking and fun sucking out of the game. Because you're not then playing because you like the army or you're passionate about the lore or you think it's like funny and entertaining. You're just going in with, I must win this mentality. And I have never been that type of competitive player. Like I like playing competitive games. I don't like games that are only played to win. And I feel like Warhammer, from GW's perspective, from a certain way, has become, we only want you to play this to win. And that is it. And I feel like they have dropped a lot of like the lore. And I think that comes from like I feel that not just in the changes that they've made in like mechanics and those kinds of things, but in the stripping of some of the aesthetics of some of the Space Marine armies, frankly, just kind of like, we're not even gonna talk about Slaanesh. Like we had an entire Emperor's Children release and we really didn't get anything debaucherous out of that at all. Like none of the new models were debaucherous. And I know they're not gonna go like insane with it, but like they used to lean into some of their own camp and some of their own like edgelordness, and they're just not doing that anymore. And that's what really bothers me, which is why like it was so refreshing to actually play Wasteland Warfare, because I was like, oh, this is a company that doesn't give a shit about their game necessarily being a hyper-competitive like scene. They want people to go in and experience, like I actually felt like I was playing a game of Fallout on the tabletop. One of the characters was my player character, and then because they were basically the leader, and so they felt a little stronger and a little bit more like what I would feel like my player character feels in comparison to the NPCs. And I was running around with a bunch of relatively intelligent NPC companions. That's what it felt like. And I thought that was really cool because that's kind of what I was hoping for. And to get what I was hoping for was really weird because I'm not used to getting that from Games Workshop right now. I haven't felt like I got that since basically like 8th edition ended, because really like the last time I really enjoyed like 40K was probably through 8th edition. The current edition? Yeah, 9th was okay, but I wasn't like, that was when I started to fall out when we stopped playing as much.
Sorry, I just got the numbers mixed up.
Yeah. So 10th I don't like. 10th I just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, for a moment I thought we were on 11th.
No, we're waiting for 11th to come out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like that's I don't know, that's just my feelings on 40K right now. That's how we're gonna start today's welcome back stream. But genuinely, the vacation was great. The museum was awesome. Oh, that's how we got on it. We were talking about the museum, we were talking about the Wild West stuff, and then we transitioned into like the H.G. Wells conversation and talking a little bit because people brought up some other things.
Someone asked about the stream on Friday. I interrupted it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Going briefly back to the museum, because I just want to talk a little bit more about like that Wild West stuff. Really, the reason I do like it is because of how it feels like the grandpappy to pro wrestling as an industry. Simply because like that was some of the early carny tendencies. And it's very obvious if you like read the plaques, look at the items. Like it's also crazy to see like early pop culture merchandising because they had so many products. Like, oh my God, I love the little boxes and of like cowgirl, cowboy outfits for like all ages that they would sell in these, like, oh my God, they're just so adorable. I thought it was so cool. I don't really like the exploitation that happened around some of that, of course, but the history of it I find fascinating, and I also just really think Wild West culture is kind of neat. I also, while I don't watch too many of them like on the regular, the few like John Wayne and like other Wild West movies that I have seen, I have a very high appreciation for, partially because of my former professor Tom Lyle at Savannah College of Art and Design. He was a big fan of Westerns and he would use them as teaching utensils when talking about composition and narrative like transitions and how to set up panels on like when making comic books and stuff. So it was really cool stuff. I learned a lot from Westerns from that. So I have a very high appreciation for just the art that is and goes into a Western. And honestly, there was so much practical stuff that happened in it. It's really reminiscent of like anytime a series or movie will use like actual miniatures and practical effects and like all of that kind of stuff. What was the worst game I've ever played? I don't know, I don't really feel like I've played any like, wow.
Do we forget? I'm like, I feel like the worst game I've ever played, and I'm like, I feel like I just forget it.
Yeah, I'm like, I feel like if the game was that bad, I wouldn't remember it because I would never go back to it. Like if it was that horrendous of an experience, like it would be one of those things where I just was like, I'll never play this again, let me just move on. And I can't really actually even think of one where I've really felt that way. Like most games I generally tend to enjoy. I think there's some that I find, I guess, boring sometimes because they seem a little too iterative or just like a reskin of an existing thing that I've already played. And so it just ends up feeling like, oh, this is a little disappointing because it feels ultimately like a cash grab. Just like hyping on a mechanic or like a theme or something like that. But honestly, like most of the time though, I feel like the people going into creating games really do want to actually make something fun. They just end up getting lost in the executives down the line who control everything and then ultimately tell them how to make a fun game. And, you know, things are only measured by fun by how much people spend on them. So that fun equal money spent and nothing else, not like people's opinions or like how the game actually flows or anything like that. It's just dollar signs equals fun. Oh, when I say meta pertaining to the game, that just means like I actually think that Neo said it really well. It's the faction / models getting stronger and weaker every sometimes every month, but usually it's like 3 to 6 months. It's basically Games Workshop or any company really, because Games Workshop is not the only game to be, frankly, guilty is the word that I was looking for there, of constantly shifting the meta and in order to make people spend more. But it does happen a lot right now, and I think Games Workshop, it happens a lot in Magic the Gathering, in Pokemon, and all of these things. Like any game that in some way has a secondhand market I feel like tends to ultimately kind of fall into these problems a little bit because they are inherently, even if they are like, they're like, no, that secondhand market is totally separate from us as an IP. They are still influenced by it, like inherently, because they are still paying attention to it. And it just, I don't know. It's a messy thing. But yeah, overall, vacation was awesome. I do actually feel pretty relaxed. Yeah, like I was gonna like caveat that, but I really don't need to because the truth is I do feel pretty relaxed. I guess I feel a little guilty that Chaos Cultist wasn't able to take as much time off as, but like I'm hoping that I can take like one. It wasn't like overly difficult work, thankfully.
My work is never overly difficult.
No, it's really not. It's just consistent. But
my brain has not turned off in 14 years.
It's true. You played the E.T. Atari game?
I mean, I did too, but why would you do that?
It probably because I think he would have been like were you the like perfect age for like when that came out and like being possibly like really into E.T.? I don't know.
Me?
No, I'm asking Havin. Because I know you weren't.
No.
E.T. was E.T. came out like what I think before you would have been the appropriate age for it.
Well, I think I was like 3.
Chaotic? I don't really remember that one much.
Oh no, I'm sorry. E.T. came out in 82.
Okay.
That's right, because it happened, the game that then came out on the Atari, worst game ever made, buried in the desert, all that.
Yeah.
That was the death of the games industry in the first gold age.
Oh, is that what
and then the
capped
Nintendo
it? Okay.
Entertainment System launching in the US in 87, 88 was what brought in the Silver Age.
Got it. Okay.
But there was a 5-year gap where gaming was kind of dead in the 80s. But it was except in arcade.
Yes, that was, and I was gonna say, but that was the arcade boom, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You remember playing Starship Troopers a lot, and people bought the starter sets because it was cheaper to get the bugs. Oh, I believe that 100%. Also, how cool would that have been to have like the OG Starship Troopers war game? I didn't know they, like, I mean, I'm not surprised, but I didn't actually like specifically know that they had one.
Fun fact about the Starship Troopers movie that I just found out this week.
Oh.
And I already told you about this.
Okay, I was gonna say, is this the thing we talked about?
Yes. In the movie, the large carrier cruisers that they show depicted, that they make, that they have miniature of.
Yeah, the Federation ones.
Yeah, the Federation, like, carrier, I guess. I don't think it's actually a carrier, but it's that main big ship.
Yes.
That was designed and built by the Tori Belleci of Mythbusters.
Which is so cool. I did not know he worked on Starship Troopers. Like, I know he worked at ILM, which Industrial Light and Magic, for those of you that don't know. And I know he worked on the prequels, right? He was on the...
I don't know if Tori worked on the prequels.
But he worked on one of...
I know that Grant and Adam did.
Okay. What was the other thing? You said there was one other big thing that I thought you told me, and I was like, that I either didn't know or wasn't sure he had worked on, but it was like a cool confirmation, and now I don't...
He's on a couple of the Jackass movies.
That I did not remember you telling me, actually.
Sharkzilla.
Sharkzilla. Amazing.
No, hold on. Von Helsing.
Oh yeah, that was one of them. Von Helsing, which I did not know he worked on.
He was on Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones.
Okay, I thought he was on Star. I was like, I thought the list included Star Wars.
He was the Lawmaker in Episode 1, Galaxy Quest, Monkey Bone. So there's some
Monkey Bone.
Oh. Episode 2, Matrix Reloaded, which I believe is the second one.
Right.
Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines. Unless he's a model maker, he's not responsible for anything else.
I will not judge him for that one.
And then last two things, I think, before he went full-time Mythbusters was Peter Pan and Van Helsing.
Got it. Yeah, like the fact that he worked on Van Helsing, like I love, because we're talking like the Hugh Jackman
Yes.
Van Helsing, right?
Yeah,
like
my high school one.
peak. God, I love that movie.
I didn't know. I was getting busy in the back of the theater.
Well, you know what? Some of us were enjoying Hugh Jackman as Van Helsing. Maybe a little too much.
I was enjoying Redacted.
At Redacted. I got it. Chaotic was a fun card game where you build a battle formation with various creatures and arm them with battle gear, get special music-related magic called Mugic. It was grand. Music. If it was a grand old time. That sounds fun. Sounds innovative. I like the combination of music into it. That's fun. All right. Well, now that is there anything else that I should talk about, I guess?
Without naming it, the Italian restaurant we went to.
Oh my gosh, yes. I went to like the best Italian restaurant. It was pretty, well, it's not, okay, not the best, because I have had some better Italian, but I had a really good, like lobster prawn ravioli. I did not eat.
It's convenient to where we live.
Yeah. Yeah, it's convenient to where we live, which is really nice. It's a place like that, honestly, we have walked by like so many times and we keep going, we should go there. And we finally did, and we agree that, yeah, we should have gone there.
It has Baratier vibes on the interior.
Yeah.
Action one piece. The restaurant on the inside was like, this is like a realistic version of what the Baratier's interior feels like. Wow.
Yeah, it had like, especially color palette wise, because it was a lot of like.
Well, they had murals, and they had the same type of trim. And they had candle lighting. You know.
Yeah, the atmosphere.
The vibe was really like high energy in a good way.
It was also one of those ways, like, you know how like in One Piece live action season 1, Sanji like comes in and he's kind of loud in the dining hall and like interrupts people like from fighting each other.
Kind of like that, too.
Their staff was a little bit like that, and not in like a disruptive, like this is unpleasant, but like, and these people enjoy their job and are passionate about the food that they're making. And so like when they get complimented, they get excited, and you can kind of hear that across the room, sort of thing. That kind of like vibe. And it was really just very, very pleasant meal. Really got to enjoy that. And honestly, like I said, I'm just glad that we had good weather for the vacation for the most part. Like I think we had like 2 gray days.
We did.
Like,
it's still been very bloody cold.
Yeah, it's been cold, but like I have felt better and active enough that like I was out in like these like, not these shorts exactly yesterday, but like my black shorts with just like really tall socks on in the backyard working on my garden, and I was totally fine. I think I maybe had like a light jacket on, but it was not like that big of a deal. So really, really enjoyed that. Very glad to have like just sunny weather and just being able to be warmer. Like not too much. It hasn't gotten too warmer because we're still in winter. But I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic for spring. I can see it on the horizon. I know we've got like a month and a half. I understand, but I'm very eager for it.
You have 2 months.
I have.
You have 2 months and like a week.
God damn it! Stop lengthening it every time.
I thought you liked them.
I do, but not when it's time. Until me getting to springtime. No, honestly, I'm actually just very excited to get into February, frankly, because that's when I'll be able to start, or like March probably at the latest, because that's when I'll be able to start doing like my early planting and all kinds of stuff. And Chaos Cultist has started making me some like seed starters.
I'm gonna grab them.
Yeah, I'd love to show it off on 3D printer, so I'm very excited. I mean, yeah, cold in California is different, hot in California is different from most places too, because we don't really get that like extreme of temperature changes, but when you acclimate to it being almost always between 65 and 75, anything that goes like either a little bit below that or a little bit above that starts becoming like just dreadful.
Oh yeah, before I moved here like over a decade ago, I lived in areas with much more extreme climates than Northern California, and I have totally lost all of my acclimation.
Oh, completely. But yeah, so I have these little, this is a design I found on Maker World or whatever it's called.
So the interior pods are PET G.
Yes.
And then the exterior is PLA and a assures me it's not going to be in direct sunlight, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, no, it won't. It's going to be in the greenhouse, and it'll be on a shelf that is not going to get direct sunlight. And even if it,
Speaking
like,
of,
there
I'm gonna
is.
check those real quick.
Oh, sure, you're sure. And even if it was on a shelf that was like above other ones and like the topmost, the entire greenhouse is covered with a like sheet that only lets in so much light. It diffuses it basically, so they're not going to be in any like immediate direct light. So I'm not really worried about them warping or disintegrating or anything like that in the sunlight over time. At least not in a point where it's going to be like, I'm going to probably want to replace them anyways and or just get bigger ones or something like that. But yeah, very excited. And honestly, I'm excited also to get back into content. Like, thankfully, because we were doing the reels and doing a little bit of social media content through the vacation, I actually did not have the like anxiety stress I thought I was going to have of I haven't streamed or like I'm not doing enough. Because like I am one of those people that when I'm in work mode, like I do sometimes get really hyper focused and don't want to stop doing a thing until I've accomplished that thing. And then if I stop doing like my regular like day-to-day work stuff, especially since I do it like so often, I'm like one of those people that feels really guilty of not working, for not doing a thing. Even though I'm technically constantly doing things. Like I'm always constant, like recently I've actually started reading again. Trying to bring that back this year again. I know I did that like a year or two ago, but I'm gonna really try to stick to it this time around. Lost my train of thought, hold on. Oh yeah, I'm constantly doing things. So like I've been trying to read, I'm like doing stuff with miniatures, I am doing stuff with my plants, I'm gaming, etc. Like I tend to keep myself pretty active, either mentally or physically, pretty regularly. But if I'm not doing stuff that I feel is very specific to my job, sometimes I just feel like horrendous about it. And so, are there Warhammer reveals on Friday? Let me look that up, because originally my Friday plan is to stream my battle report, and I do definitely want to still do that. So let me see when the Warhammer reveals are. Go to Warhammer community. I assume they have announcements about it there. Yeah, accept your cookies. January 16th at 7:30 p.m. GMT. So that's going to be, what time is that? Oh yeah, that should be fine. It's not going to interrupt the stream. Okay, we'll probably have 2 streams potentially on Friday then, because I probably will want to watch that. They're doing some Blood Bowl reveals, which is extremely exciting to me. You know, I have been hearing a little bit of an inkling online of some, and I think it might have been from Millwall Scum actually, the last time that we were chatting, about a new team coming out. So I'm very excited about that. Very, very excited about that. You can absolutely send me more. I do, like, with the expansion of the greenhouse, they are actually helpful for propagating succulents as well. And if you want to send me more, I am absolutely willing to accept those, because I still am using the ones that you sent me, have been. I can always use more plant stuff, including seed starters. So I will happily take more. Ooh, we're getting a new Defiler and some Iron Warrior specific stuff. That sounds fun. Oh yeah, because they are doing an Age of Sigmar stuff, and they have some of those Grand Cathay units, so that'll be exciting. Ooh, getting new High Elves. You know, that makes sense, Washed Out the Hobbyist. Or Watched Out Hobbyist. Sorry, I don't know why I put a "the" in there. I think I read the T twice and just assumed that I just inserted a random word into your name. I'm sorry, so sorry, Washed Out Hobbyist. No, that would be a very good prediction. I honestly could see them doing that. We haven't gotten new High Elves in a while, actually. Because it was humans and orcs that got it with the last release, and then we got Tomb Kings Have I picked that one up? I don't think I have. Tomb Kings and Bretonnians. Yeah, High Elves are due. I could definitely see it being that. Okay, well that'll be a very busy day, but I'm not too upset about that. It'll be exciting. We'll have some Warhammer talk, and then and then in the afternoon we will have I guess we might need to move the other stream back a little bit. I'll need to chat with Chaos Cultist, but I do want to cover the reveal. I completely forgot about it. Thank you for bringing it up, the Eternal Crusader. Because I remember that being announced, like, and I do think Chaos Cultist and I talked about it just before we were about to go on vacation, and then I completely fucking forgot about it all through the vacation. Because I really didn't go on Warhammer Community to check anything, really. Because I was like, I'm taking a break. I'm taking a break from thinking about that stuff. There is a Warhammer preview on Friday, but it's 11 a.m. or 11:30 a.m. for us. I don't think we can still stream and do our battle report that day. Well, maybe we just push it to 3 potentially, or 2, just to give us a little bit of an in-between time. Because if it goes...
Yeah, we'll push it back. It'll still be on Friday.
Yeah, we'll determine the time, but I was looking because the Eternal Crusader brought it back up, and I was like, I completely...
Yeah, we did see that, but
we did.
Yeah,
it was literally just before we went on vacation, and I just think we completely spaced it. But yeah, so it's going to be on the 16th at 11 a.m. PST, and it's a Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Horse Heresy, and Blood Bowl reveal. Yeah, so I think it'll be yeah, so we'll do that, and then we'll just probably have the Fallout stream either starting at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. When I have my little reel announcement going out tomorrow, I'll have the official times.
Yeah, I'll probably get it scheduled too.
Yeah, we'll probably get it scheduled and everything, so that'll be good. But yeah, honestly, I'm excited for that. Like, I want to see. I don't really actually know if I care that much to see what they're doing for 40K unless they start hinting at an actual new edition at this point. But seeing more Cathay, seeing more Grand Cathay and Age of Sigmar would be cool. A new High Elf team in Blood Bowl would be neat. I feel like they have not gotten any updates model-wise in a while. I would also love to see Dark Elves. That would be also really cool. Really just give me all the elves. And then you might start calling yourself Washed Out the Hobbyist. Why I added the in there? It's not in your name. Like I said, I think I saw the out and saw the T there, and then saw the TH because it's next to the hobbyist, and then just inserted the.
You need it.
I think I left what's left of my soda in on the counter. If you could just bring me that, and otherwise, no, I think I'm good. I'm about to start building. Oh, thank you. The miniatures.
Yes.
Are the High Elves metal still? I guess they are, aren't they? Yeah. I'm thinking through like what I have of my collection that's like unopened, that is some of the newer stuff, and yeah, I don't think High Elves are in that collection. So yeah, I could totally believe they're still metal. Crazy. Thank you.
Answer Neo, I have. She has not.
I saw the image leaks of it. I haven't seen like I've seen the stuff from like, it looked like covers of something, but I haven't seen any miniatures specifically.
I've seen there's many leaks.
Ah, are they looking?
The thing is, I don't trust anything. This one's AI shit. Because like there was a Valerian leak that happened a little while back that I'm still not sure was AI or not.
Okay.
Valerian is the new Malekith.
Oh, I was like, the name sounds familiar, but I wasn't placing it exactly.
Because Malekith is trademarked by Disney. Thor 2, Ragnarok.
Oh my god, I was like, who in the Disney like villains lineup was named Malekith? I completely spaced the Marvel half of that franchise.
The Dark Elf villain of Thor 2 is named Malekith. Because the name Malekith itself is a mythological name for the king of the elves.
Right.
Forgive me, I don't remember which mythology. I'm guessing Norse.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm guessing Norse, but like I actually don't know that specifically.
That's like where the name comes from. So also I don't even know why Disney's able to trademark it.
Yeah, I was like, but
to be that maybe Games Workshop wanted to trademark it in their entire Astarte Space Marine kind of thing.
Oh, I bet it's that. Because I was like, I didn't think you could trademark mythological creature names or like mythological.
In certain contexts, you can.
I see.
Like you could name like a chainsaw the Thor chainsaw, and I think you could have the trademark for Thor on chainsaws.
I see.
I don't know about hammers because it seems like somebody would have done that.
Yeah, right. You would think so. A Grand Cathay Blood Bowl team would actually be sick.
Very dragon themed.
Which would be sick because we don't have that really. Oh my god! Also, then I could just paint them up like Ice Shield 21. Because I feel like it would be like, I don't know, I love that anime because it is like a Japanese take on American football, and I love that. Because they did such a good job. The research that they did in that series was actually really well done, and I kind of just want to like recreate that, and I feel like Cathay could be a good base for doing something like that. Although, I guess you could just do a humans as a base too, and it'd work probably fine. Because they don't specifically have a dragon motif, but I don't know. I just think the dragons would be sick as hell. And really fun to paint. Scales are always really, really fun to paint. I'm really excited about these.
Yeah, the second one's perfect.
Excellent, yay! Oh, don't worry. If you want to catch it later, you can always watch it on demand. They always stay up, so not too concerned about it.
Except for the ones that do.
Except for the ones that, well, I mean, I think there's like one that maybe we've taken down. Cathay are the ones that are based off of China, yeah. They're literally just like Warhammer's China, essentially. And they only recently got miniatures after... How long has GW been around as a company? Is it 50 years now? Or are they 30?
No, it's well over 50.
Okay. Are we approaching 75?
No, I don't think so. It's around like 55.
Okay, for 50 plus years that this company has been around since the 80s. The 80s! And these poor folks have only just gotten miniatures. Imagine, well, I mean, the problem was they didn't really have rules for them for like the longest time. They mentioned them in lore and then we're like, no, we're never going to say anything else about them again until 50 plus years later.
On the real world, and everyone's like, well, what's further east? And they made some vague
references to like China and Japan.
Yeah, basically. And then beyond the realms that have been conquered by the ogres, aka the Russians.
Yep.
Because that's what UK was doing.
Yep.
And maybe they had a Mongol to them as well, but originally I think they were meant to be Russians. Or then maybe the orcs were meant to be Russians, because they were always coming from over the mountains.
It's probably a little bit of both.
There's an entire bit of colonial racism analysis to be done on that.
Oh, 100%.
Warhammer writing.
Especially the fantasy stuff.
The orcs, and then beyond that was the ogres, and then beyond that was the far lands of Grand Cathay.
Yes, Grand Cathay. My apologies. I'm sorry. 60 years, late 70s. My bad. I'm shorting them a couple of years. How dare I make them younger?
70s. If it was 75, then they would be 51, which is why I was saying I think they're roughly like
50 years old.
50 to 55.
That's true. Yeah, orcs are just fungus. Orcs are orcs. They are the best. Better than the rest. Okay, should we get building? I feel like it's
it's been over an hour.
Oh my gosh, didn't realize I was chatting for an hour. All right, well, let's get...
You do love.
I do love to hear my own voice, yes, apparently. It's a thing I've learned.
It's good for a YouTuber, at least.
True. All right.
You turn on the other screen.
Oh, yes. Boop. All right, I'm gonna skeet a little bit more this way. Put that there. So this is what we're working on today, y'all. We've got Elder Maxim and Captain Kells. Okay, so I need to talk about this real quick, and I need you to stick around for just a smidge because you actually listened to more of it than I did because you were doing the quest and not me. But I did happen to overhear it. So in Fallout 76, guess who you get to hear directly from?
His great-great-grandpappy.
His great-great-grandpappy, the guy who actually fucking founded the Brotherhood. So the fact that I feel like there is... I've never heard anyone actually talk about the fact that there are audio clips directly from Maxim talking about kind of why he founded the Brotherhood. Like, not directly, it didn't seem.
Not really. It's more. It's his speeches that he gives to the men, and him debating a couple of philosophical things with his second in command.
Right, and the fact that like it's the philosophical debate, which I feel like is the part that really should be spoken upon, because there is now currently, as presented in Fallout, the TV show in season 2, a philosophy debate of like, what did Maxim actually believe? What was the cause of the founding of the Brotherhood? And I'm like, well, they're telling us in 76. Why is no one talking about this?
Yeah, it's in 76. It's like launch story.
And I just find it very interesting that that is not talked about at all.
How many people have done it? Probably not more than a few thousand.
That's why I find it so interesting, because like 76, I do feel like is also in the same. Basically, because
you in my review, as someone who has played now like well over 100 hours of 76, it has the worst pacing.
Oh my God, yes.
Ever. And it is a great game if you have someone that you are friends with and can teach you how to play the game.
Yes.
But for some reason, they locked all the interesting narrative bits behind like 20 hours of tutorial and getting yourself set up. Because like I got to some quests, I'm like, this is some well-written stuff. Some of this stuff is better than almost anything in 4.
Right.
Not getting compared to New Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Not getting compared to 3. But some of the stuff was better than anything I had in 4.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do I have to play the game for so long to get here?
To get here, exactly. I don't know. Like, I agree with you on that. Of it's kind of weird that you have to play so long. Because like I am not at the same points. Like I have not done as much of the Brotherhood quests in the game as Chaos Cultist has. But I'm really excited to, because I'm kind of excited to get to that philosophical discussion, listening to Maxim, and like just Maxson, and just like hearing what their intended plan is, because I really do, as we've been watching the series, and we have 4 episodes. We're halfway through it.
Next one comes out tonight.
Yeah, the next one comes out tonight. Yeah, midnight tonight / we'll watch it tomorrow morning. Yeah. We do have a theory that the voice that we heard in the trailer may not actually be a super mutant like we all thought. It could be, because I've seen theories online.
Everyone's been theorizing it's the Deathclaw.
It's, yeah, that it could be a hyper-intelligent Deathclaw that can't speak. There is canon of that in the games and everything, so this would not be...
I still think the big anime eyes that the thing has is kind of weird.
It definitely had the most expressive eyes of any Deathclaw I've ever seen.
Except for Macho Man Randy Savage Deathclaw.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Nothing beats Macho Man Randy Savage Deathclaw. Jesus Christ, modders.
That's a throwback.
Oh, it is. Thank you, Heaven, for the $5 donation. Welcome back and the much-deserved break for all of the hard work you both do. Glad you and Cece had a great vacation. The pics and shorts were all great. Well, thank you. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. I enjoyed filming a lot of those.
Yeah, we might slow them down a little bit, because what seemed to have happened is Facebook decided to just strap a rocket to us.
Yeah, oh my God.
We actually found where it was theoretically. There was a badge applied to us by Facebook that was like Rising Star or something that made us be suggested a whole bunch.
Yep.
That lasted until a certain date, and then it ended, it sort of dropped off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure what's going on with the momentum there.
Yeah, but it was really cool though, because we had like, no problem. We had like a major spike.
If you're from that.
Yeah, so welcome if you're from that. If you're new to the channel and you found me through my Facebook page and it was recently, hello. It's lovely to see you join me. I hope you're enjoying yourself and all of the nerdy discussions we've been having today. But genuinely, thank you, Havman. Very, very much appreciate your support. It means a lot. I know you've been a long time supporter, so genuinely thank you. Angela, thank you for putting the stream on. It kept me company while you worked on your commissions and the start of the Bretonnian Blood Bowl team. But now you must go. Well, washed out hobbyist, no problem. Thank you so much for being here, and you can catch back up with the stream if you want to, because it will be on demand after we're done. And good luck with the rest of your Bretonnian Blood Bowl team commission. That sounds super awesome. Very, very excited. And if you post it online, tag me. I'd love to see it. That would be really, really cool. Actually, you can show it on the Discord because you're a Discord member. So please share it in the Discord. I would love to see it if you're able to. I know sometimes with commission stuff, like people want to keep it sort of on the down low, especially if it's for like a content creator or something like that. So if you can't, I understand. But if you can, I'd love to see it. But yeah, I think what we're going to do today is we're going to go ahead and start building up Elder Maxon. So not our old school friend, but his great grandson.
These are the Fallout 4 characters.
These are the Fallout 4 characters, and then Captain Kells, as well as I just think a random, I guess, is like bodyguard and power armor or something.
No, so what this is, and I did confirm, this is the new packaging.
Okay, this is the new packaging.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can actually look at the thumbnail. I used the old packaging
Got it.
because I just didn't find this box very quickly, but they have the same content, so it doesn't matter.
Yes.
The old one listed as just being the captain and Maxon in power armor with a bonus miniature
Of him outside of power
Uh-huh.
armor? Oh, okay, so it is Maxim in power
Yeah.
armor. Okay, cool. You should be allowed to, yes, as a YouTube member, because you have that little star next to your name, you should get a link to join the Discord. If you don't, reach out to me on Instagram, please.
Also, make sure your YouTube profile is connected to your Discord.
Yes.
Make that like links.
Yeah, if it's not, you wouldn't have gotten the thing that it sends out. But if you connect your Discord to your YouTube account, you should get a like automatic ability to join, and then you can start sharing things. So please do so. And if you, like I said, if you have
Discord.
Yeah, if you have Discord, and if you are having trouble with it or anything like that, or when you connect your Discord to YouTube and you, for whatever reason, don't get it, please message me on Instagram and let me know that you are washed out the hobbyist from YouTube, and that way I can send you a link so that you can get on there properly. All right, let's go ahead and start building. So that's really cool. I didn't realize that that's who it was. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna build the boys outside of armor first. I think that sounds fun. What do we got here? So these are resin miniatures. Honestly, he looks really good. Dude, look at the face sculpt on that.
Yeah, the box art looks good. Oh wow.
Like, no, it's really,
Great mouth.
it's really good. I'm trying to see if I can get.
Ooh, really? Damn. His brother
Here's
looks handsome.
Kells.
Yeah, Kells is the captain of the Pridwin.
Ah, okay, thank you. I was about to ask. I was like, I don't remember his character because I didn't get that deep into.
Maxon's the commander of the overall like military. But
I
he's
knew-
not the captain of the ship.
Got it. I knew that he was the like leader of the Brotherhood. I just didn't know. I didn't realize the Prinwin had a separate captain. I think you guys can see that pretty decently. But the face sculpt on, I mean, honestly, all the details are really nice. He does need a little bit of cleanup. There's a little bit of just like very,
Flash.
like, yeah, really light, that really flaky light flash that kind of just like rubs off.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm just going to use
Say a bit of like sanding sponge.
I'm actually just going to use a little bit of a sponge itself, like a sponge brush because it's rough enough, but
It is
soft.
resin, yes.
Yeah, they are resin. Which I will admit, like, okay, so I'm normally not a huge fan of resin models. We all know this. I think they're a little fiddly. I do think that Modifius does a pretty damn good job with their resin models. Honestly, it's just the old school stuff from GW that I really don't like. Most resin models that I've gotten from any other professional company, Modifius, even ones that aren't making necessarily their own. Well, I mean, I guess Cromlech does technically make some war games, but they started as a bits company. But like Cromlech, Modifius, there's a couple others off the top of my head that I can't remember that do resin models, and honestly, they're pretty damn good at this point.
Northman had a bad experience with Discord and they're trying to chill out.
Oh no, I'm so sorry,
All right.
Northman.
I have a new cup.
Grape?
Great.
Nice. Nice. How is it? Here, I'll try it.
Fantastic. It's great.
I know, I'm not gonna like it. Let me pause. I expect to not like this because normally I am not a fan of grape flavored things. But I think I'm gonna try this anyways. Oh yeah, Finecast. Some great shit. And when I say shit, I mean literally shit.
No, this is better than Finecast.
This is so much better than Finecast. This is not. It is purple flavored, yes.
It's Jones Grapeson. But it is Nuka.
Nope, still tastes like medicine.
Yep. Guess who really liked the grape cough syrup when he was a kid?
You?
Yeah, if I had to have a cough syrup, which one do I want? I want the grape one. It tastes good.
See, I did not think it tastes good.
No, I can totally tell this is an acquired taste thing.
Oh, it so is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I really like it.
That's fair. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like the one I actually want to try, but have not had the balls to actually open up yet is the Quantum one.
It's just blueberry lemonade.
I don't normally like lemonade stuff because it's a little too like I like lemon flavored things. I can't really do lemon flavored things for like consistent amounts of time.
It's not that lemonade.
Well, that's what I want to try. Is I want to be like, how lemony actually is this? And is it more blue raspberry? In which case, I'll probably be fine with it.
Here's the thing. I would also not be able to drink more than one of these.
That's fair. Like
Because it is a flavor that sort of builds up on the tongue, and by the end, you're like, I'm good now for another while. Yeah,
see, that's me immediately. Like that flavor buildup happens after a single sip. I'm like, I can still taste it on my.
There's another flavor after that.
It's all bad. It's all artificial grape.
You just lack the
Refinement?
sophisticated palate of a redneck boy from the South, is all I'm saying.
Well, I see.
It's definitely the same flavor they use in like Big League Chew.
Which is funny because that grape flavored stuff I was fine with. That's like the one thing.
Having a carbonation.
You know what? That's probably what it is.
Would you believe this bottle has 66% of my daily sugar content?
Yep. Yep, I could. All right. I clipped one of his pegs accidentally without realizing it was a peg, but it's not going to affect his stance, so I'm not that worried. Interesting. It's just very, okay, I see it's very flat. So your arm popped off when I did something. What is your arm? Is that the one that you're supposed to have? I do think that is Maxim's arm. So it's gonna go. Whoop. Is that how it's supposed to sit? It's
yeah, she eats grapes, but grape flavoring and grapes are not the same.
Yeah, no.
Banana flavoring and banana.
Exactly. Although I would argue that.
Yeah, I know the banana flavoring is based on the ancient taste of banana.
Well, I was also just gonna say it's still weirdly closer to me than grape soda. Grape flavoring tastes absolutely nothing like grapes to me.
See, I disagree. I think there's a certain flavor of purple grapes that have seeds that do taste somewhat like this.
Fair enough.
And I say that as also as a Catholic because I think I've also tasted box wine that tastes a lot like this.
Well, see, and I think that's the thing is like, I also am not a wine lover. Like, I don't like the flavor, especially the aftertaste of wine. And so I think it just like the grape flavoring, especially in a liquid form, really reminds me of that. And I just, so bleh, 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 bleh. That's what I say. There we go. Let's just blend it a little bit. whacked my knee a little bit, but I think I'll be okay. All right. Do I, you know what? I should probably, I'm gonna get him glued to his base, but. Oh! Thank you so much, Space Ritual. You're hanging out in London City? How very exciting. I've only been to London once. And gorgeous city though. Weird a little bit in the sense that like some areas are very historical feeling, like lots of brick and stone and iron and
That's
like
old cities in Europe, man.
and then you go across the street and it's suddenly glass modernity. And it was so I went to the top of the St. George. Is that the church it was?
He's the patron saint of Britain, so...
I think it was the... So there's a...
She went to the top of the largest cathedral in London.
Yeah, so I went to the top of the largest cathedral in London. I can't remember. I think it was the St. George one. And yes, I will wash them. I will wash the resin models before I paint them because otherwise sometimes there's like a little bit of a residue on it and that can really affect your paint. So I will be doing that before I prime them. But so I went to the top of that and it was really cool to look around, but that's where I really noticed the like, holy shit, it just goes from like very old school traditional to like modern, like architecture. It was a strange transition, but I kind of loved it. It was like, it was just a very interesting look. And I guess I did kind of experience the same when I was in Paris once, but I never got to like a really high point in Paris cause I never went to the top of like the Eiffel Tower. And I never went to like, I don't think we were allowed to go to the top of Notre Dame. This was before the fire at the time. So, or if they, cause I want to say it was really windy. We were there in winter. So it was really windy and they had restrictions about what you could go up. You prefer bourbon or whiskey to wine? That's fair. I prefer, like, if I'm going to do hard liquor, I think, like, I'd prefer. What is Di Serrano and like amaretto? What is like that's a what there's like
yeah. It's,
a malt?
No. I want to say it's not a port. That's something else.
Okay, but like whatever Di Serrano and like amaretto is, like that's. If I'm gonna just drink a like liquor by itself raw, that's what that's what I'd go for. But honestly, like I prefer girly drinks. I want there to be fruit flavors in my rum drinks.
It's an amaretto.
Oh, it is an amaretto. Okay, amaretto is the okay.
Yeah, Di Serrano is the brand name for a type of amaretto.
Okay, got it. I think I've also just had some that were just purely labeled amaretto, and I didn't realize.
It's with vodka.
Got it. I didn't quite realize that. But I'm also just not a big booze drinker, like.
Yeah. Better for both our weights.
Oh, yeah. Well, and because I really like fruity, sugary drinks, like my hangovers back in the day were fucking the worst.
They were legendary.
I hated them.
She was such a party girl in college.
Yes, with my four drinks.
I mean, the like 3 years after college.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it was less during college and like after I had graduated, but was still in the college town. Oh yeah, fruity drinks are the best. Like,
I mean, you were in an art school town, brother.
It's true.
And that town could drink.
They did. They knew how to drink.
Shout out to Savannah on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh my God.
Love you, bro.
My favorite thing about that was the river literally being dyed green.
Yeah, they do that in a few places now.
So silly. Did they have like the second largest like St. Patrick's Day parade or something?
Yeah, just behind New York.
That's right. That's what it was. Do they still?
I think so.
Amazing. Maze balls. All right, Maxim. Let's get you into place.
all right?
Yeah, the heel of my boot got stuck on my chair for a moment as I got up. I just need to hold him in place because I broke that peg on his foot, or clipped the peg on his foot.
No. Like going into the base.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was a peg to go into a hole, which I should know because they always do that on these ones. Like every single one of them has literally done this, so I don't know why I didn't think about it. But I definitely was not thinking about it when I was going to clip him, and I was just like, oh, that's a connection point. It's not that big of a deal. Like I said, he's fine. It's just more of he's leaning a little bit, and I want him to be more upright because he's a regal mother trucker. Excellent. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I meant on the PC.
Oh. Oh, nice. There we go. I moved him. Ooh. Okay, we're just gonna hold him here for a moment. They might do that in Chicago, honestly. Like, it was really...
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like something that they would do for sure. Yes, it's funny, because, like, I mean, the fact that Savannah, Georgia, of all places, had the second largest, like, St. Patrick's Day parade always blew my mind, because I would have thought that, like...
Georgia got a lot of immigrants.
No, it makes complete sense. Like, I learned more about the history of Georgia by learning that fact than I did through, like... any other time, but I also didn't grow up in Georgia, so like there would have been no reason for like my state to focus on their history. We would.
Yeah, see, I grew up on the border of Georgia, so I did.
That makes sense. Okay, I think he is stabilized enough that he's not gonna lean now as he continues to dry. Maxim, you look great. Are you supposed to have something in your hand, or are you just gesturing forward like a madman? You're gesturing forward like a madman. You're going, go this way.
Charge!
Charge!
Kill them all!
The abominations! Okay, cool. Oh, look, there's his head and power armor. With the little cap thing on.
Oh, yes, the
little bloop. So that's the technical term for it.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know exactly how they do it, but I imagine that it's a food safe dye. So I don't think it would be bad for like the ecosystem.
Probably fish food.
Yeah, honestly, I could totally believe it just being like dyed fish food and like food safe dye. So it's not really going to damage the fish or the river itself or anything like that.
All right, you have.
I shall. Enjoy yourself. Woohoo! All right, let's not clip his pegs. Like a fool! And then, do you need any cleanup? Not really, actually. You are pretty... Oh, your crotch. Hold on. There's always one section, and it's always between the legs. It's the easy place to hide mold lines. You know, I don't think we're getting any Lorwyn specifically, but I have been watching the ads and I really think it's fun that they're working with the Henson Company. And I do like the look of the cards. I think I'm not super worried about it going away like immediately or selling out super quickly. So I probably will grab some, but not in the immediate, like not upon pre-release. But honestly, I was watching reviews of it. I was watching like the professor's review of it. I saw the preview. Lorwyn is the next Magic the Gathering set coming out. Is it next week? Yeah, it's next week is the pre-release, right? So Lorwyn is the next Magic the Gathering release. It is an official like Magic in Universe set, so it's not one of their Universe Beyond stuff, which a lot of hardcore Magic fans have been a little tired of, and I don't necessarily blame them for that. There's an oversaturation of it for sure. But this one is returning to Lorwyn, which is one of the OG, like, well, I don't know if it's an OG in the sense of like the original days, like the very, very beginning of Magic's history, but I believe they have not returned to Lorwyn since like 2009 or something like that. It was like early 2000s, I believe, is the last time that, and I might be wrong about this. I'm trying to remember what I learned in the professor's like brief history of it prior to him talking about whether or not it's a good set to pick up. And I want to say it was like the early aughts is when Lorwyn was either initially introduced or that's the last time that we have visited there. So it's been a long time. And that is really cool. Like, I like seeing them go back to some of their original content. And the concept for this particular like realm in Magic seems to be a perpetual day, perpetual night, like juxtaposition. And so the cards are gonna like flip. There's gonna be like the dark versions, and then because it's like Lorwyn is like the light side, and I can't remember. It's like night something, or I don't remember in the ad what it was called. Like there was an entire musical about it, but I can't remember the name of like the night realm version of this. But it looked like the card art looks amazing. It really reminds me, energy wise, like on like vibes wise, I guess, as the Bloomborough release. And so I'm hoping it has as much of a big hit as that particular set did with the community, because Bloomborough was really cool. Oh, is it when the Planeswalker cards first appeared? That's cool. I did not know that. Did not know that. I'm completely out of water. I'll have to go and get myself some here in a little bit, but let's finish getting, okay, we need his arms, which are these two pieces here. Do a little bit of cleanup. Be pretty clean, please. Yeah, the resin on these models is pretty good, I will admit. Like there's like one, sometimes it's when I'm clipping it, I feel like it's a bit fragile sometimes still, like resin normally is, but I think that's really just a matter of the medium. But otherwise they really do like turn out great, and the sculpts are beautiful. Like their faces look great. Shadowmoor, thank you, thank you, thank you. I was like, it's night or shadow, or I can't remember what it is, but yeah, it looked really cool. I'm very excited to see more stuff from it. And like I said, there's a chance that I might get a collector booster box like down the line. But I haven't done anything recently with it. That went on perfectly. That went on perfectly. Oh my gosh, I don't think I posted a story. I did not. Okay, hold on. Let me get this poster real quick. Copy that. Do this. Reverse my camera. All right, and then let's go ahead and retake that because I don't like it. Actually, it's because I'm not looking into the light. Hold on, let me look into the light. Oh, that didn't take a picture. There we go. Okay, and then let me just throw a little link up here because I completely forgot to put the Instagram link up. Whoopsie daisy, I did it everywhere else, like all my other socials, just not Instagram. Join me. There we go. All right, a little late, but it's not. Don't worry, I'm not going into the light. I'm just gonna blind myself by looking into it. Yeah, Jim Henson literally just worked with Magic the Gathering on doing the ads for Lorwyn, the newest set. If you, like I said, if you go on YouTube and you just type in the Lorwyn Jim Henson preview, you'll get a really awesome musical with some fucking amazing looking puppets, frankly. But yeah, Jim Henson Company is absolutely still doing shit. And I hope that they keep doing stuff for a long time to come because they do some fun stuff. Great work those people do. Okay, let's get his other arm now. I've given the other one a little bit of time to dry. I think that should be good. Clean up here. Okay, that's a little cable, so we don't want to get rid of that. I do see some of the flaky flash, so let's get rid of that with our brush. And then we'll stick his arm on with a smidgen of glue. We don't want to overload it, Angela. All right, bro is hip firing. He's taking pot shots from the hip. There we go. That's better. That tis better. Oh, I probably just missed it. I knew I hadn't. It wasn't really that big of a surprise to me that I hadn't. I remembered before I got started that I hadn't, but I was also like, I misplaced my phone just before I got started too, so I was like, I'm just gonna go, fuck it, I'll do it later. All right, and then now, okay, why do you have extra pegs? Why are there extra, oh, what the fuck is this? What? Why do you have extra pegs? Oh, does it lay on the ground? You want me to get this off clean? What? Look at this. Okay, this is the most weird thing that I think I've seen them do. I think they want me to get this entire like piece of what I'm assuming is like bent rebar or something off clean, but they like attach so much of it. I think I need a knife. I think I could need a knife. Wow, I said that completely. I think that's the most dyslexic thing I've ever said. I don't think dyslexia applies to speech. I think that is the most garbled thing I've ever said. I think I need a knife. I was trying to say knife and I definitely slurred it really badly. All right, here are my blades. Really actually know, oh my god, know what the best way to do this is, so I'm just gonna approach it the way that I think makes the most sense, which is trimming it down into smaller, more manageable pieces, just like Maximus taught me. Okay, how do I get this off? Maybe like this? Oh, why is that slipping out? Let's tighten that. Let's not let the blade just slide out. Yeah, I didn't think you could have dyslexia with speech either. I'm pretty sure that's just a reading problem, but like it was the first thing that came to mind in regard that was like similar to the just word letter switching that I did in that sentence, which is why I said it. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think I can actually call it that. Okay, what is... Maybe if I go... I just need to kind of saw it almost. And go slow. Yeah, we're gonna call it just lag from my brain having been on vacation. That's definitely the main crux of that problem there that just happened, not me being a fool. Okay, I think we have to shave it down because it's such a big chunk of resin. Again, I don't quite get how they expect me to do this super cleanly and safely, but here we go. We're doing it live. I mean, literally, we're on YouTube. Okay, let's do that. I can get that down clean. Okay. Okay, I think the trick is shaving it at an angle and praying you don't break the resin. That's the trick. Ooh. Oh my god, that scared me. Ooh. My heart's pounding now. No. Come on, come on. You got it, you got it. Get it off in one big chunk. Come on, come on. Oh, so close. Okay, it's so much more manageable now, though. I got it. We figured it out, chat. We did it the correct way. Or at least a way that I found manageable. Let's get off. Okay, now we're just smoothing it down because I haven't actually done a fit test. Okay, so where does this plug into? Because it doesn't... Does it plug into something? Okay, it appears... Where does he stand? Let's figure out where he stands. Okay, so those are his... I don't understand this piece at all. What is this meant to... Do you have instructions? Probably with this QR code. You know, I've never actually known the term agraphia, dysgraphia, or aphasia. You know, the last one, Brendan, that you said sounds like vaguely familiar. Maybe it's that one. I don't actually know, though. I believe that. I believe that. I mean, they still sometimes do adaptations of Roald Dahl's work, but no, I doubt we'll probably see anytime soon. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my QR codes reader so I can see the instructions for this base, because literally it's pretty self-explanatory except for... Oh no, this is just for the erratas. No, I want to... Do you not have instructions for your builds? It's not a toy. Rules available. Okay, that's the rules. Okay, let me just Google it, I guess. Elder Maxon Fallout Wasteland Warfare Build Guide. No, I don't want to know. Is there a... Does this at least show me a better picture of how it's supposed to... Am I missing? Wait, they're just there. Wait, so the holes are just there? He faces... Okay, so his back foot is here. He goes here. And those holes are just there? The hell? Why? Then what's this piece for? That might be where I've heard of it because of Bruce Willis. I don't remember exactly what it is, but I think it is some sort of like, basically you flip numbers, I think, a lot or something like that. I don't know what it is, but it is a, basically it's a brain disorder where you just don't speak things correctly, even though like you may know them, but like when you try to articulate it, it doesn't come out correctly. And that is not doing justice to what it actually is. So I would highly encourage you, if you're interested in what it is, Google it, because I don't know the details. I just remember that I have heard it in relation to, and it might be Bruce Willis. Because I do remember, I think it was like a celebrity or something, but I don't know for certain. Yeah, it's one of the things that I don't like about a lot of, like, honestly, modern non-Games Workshop miniature games is a lot of them don't come with paper instructions anymore. And I do understand, like, there's a certain amount of, like, okay, we're trying to be eco-friendly, etc. But at the same time, I'm like, but I also kind of just want this to be, like, I want everything that I need as a guide for what to build to just be in this container. And I feel like that is being neglected a little bit in regards to them going for a more eco-friendly thing. And I'm like, I want to protect the environment too, but I also want to not have to look at my phone to build this miniature. I don't know. The whole point of me building a miniature is to be a little bit like away from my phone. Like I want to engage with something physical. And so then the fact that I have to pull out my phone and have it available, and then more like likely to distract me because I'm having to use a digital rule set, like, or a digital like build guide, makes me so frustrated. It's fine. All right, let's go ahead and get a little bit of glue in here on the base, and we'll get our buddy in place. That almost kind of rhymed because I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. Oh my god, I'm so cringe. What is going on? It's because I've been away and I don't know what to do with myself anymore. All right, there we go. Is it Sergeant? Major Kells? Captain Kells. My gosh. Captain Kells, you look amazing. I don't know why you have holes on your base. It really bothers me. I might fill those in with something because there's no explanation and I need one. They're not plastic. Well, I mean, I guess technically resin is a kind of plastic, isn't it? There's definitely not. And that's why they're trying to be eco-friendly with not having paper instructions. They're like, we can't be eco-friendly because our product is literally plastic, but we can be more eco-friendly and reduce our economic or our ecological impact by not having paper products, except for the box that it comes in. We'll reduce that. And that is it. And like, again, I'm not like actually hating on them for it. I appreciate them being environmentally conscious. I just personally, like I said, it is literally, I build miniatures and do some of this stuff to get away from my phone. And the fact that I have to pull it out for this sometimes is part of that problem. You're making garlic butter steak tips with rice and green beans? Oh my God, Darren, that sounds delicious. Tasty. I want some, please. Just, you know, mail it to me. Don't actually do that. Don't actually do that. It'll rot in the mail, but sounds really tasty. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, I think I need to actually do this with the blade because it's so fragile and thin, and I don't want to fuck it up too much. All right, smooth this connection point. The nice thing about resin is it can be carved pretty easily. So I do feel like I'm able to do some like minor cleanup sometimes without too much hassle. But it is also so easy to do it that you can definitely overdo it and take off too much too quickly. And that is something I have done before. Thankfully not on these models. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna be washing these just because this is definitely leaving pieces of sponge in the resin because of how, well, this particular gun has a bunch of little bolts on it. No, they don't give instructions on the backside of the box. They give a bunch of like warnings. They give like a little description of what's in the box, including like it gives a little bit of lore about like the Brotherhood, and like who they are as a faction. It tells you that this set contains a couple of 32 scale miniatures, one 32 scale miniature and then two 30 scale miniatures with scenic bases. They're unpainted, and then it tells you like one's Elder Maxim in power armor. Wow, if I've read the box, I would have known that. And then Captain Kells. And then it just says, this is all copyrighted to Bethesda and ZeniMax Media Inc., etc. All rights reserved, blah, blah, blah. Miniature shown at scale. Yeah, unfortunately, no, they do not give any kind of instruction on the side of the box or anything. Like, no problem, Northman. We'll see you later. I love the giant, like, I think this is this meant to be a Mr. Handy? Or not, sorry, not Mr. Handy. Is this meant to be a Securitron wheel? Where is my Securitron? Not exactly. It's not 1-to-1. Like, it's definitely larger. But it kind of has the vibe, doesn't it? It's attached to, like... Maybe it's just meant to be a vehicle wheel. Woo. Chill. Where are we, guys? Where are we going? Why are we driving? What did I say that activated you driving? Okay, since DC isn't in here anymore and this has been on rotation for enough, it's actually cooled down near me. Could we, hello, menu? Okay, I have stopped it spinning. Never mind, apparently have not. There we go. There we go. It cooled back down enough because I haven't been moving. Okay. Oh my goodness, you have so many little flakes of things hanging off of you, sir. Elder Maxon. I did think it was cool that in last week's episode they mentioned, I mean, they've mentioned him like, I think they've implied him a couple times, but I think in the last episode they really like officially were like, Elder Maxon, I hope he thinks more fondly of us or whatever. And I thought that was really cool. I was like, okay, so he is around. He's still kicking. Oh, we're gonna load up the bus and bring the food that Darren made to you. Oh, I got it. Okay, I remembered saying kind of something vaguely to that effect, but I couldn't remember what it was. My brain just completely blanked on it. All right. Definitely don't clip those because we don't want, he needs to stand on those. Okay, and that ended up getting a little more angled than I meant it to because I've had my fucking thing facing the wrong way. Whoopsie daisy. That was a great sentence, by the way. I definitely played the, oh shit. Give me a second, guys. I need to run inside to get my laptop's charger. Let's get that before it dies. Hi. Yeah, I need my laptop's charger. All right. Got it. Let me just plug it in. Good, we haven't lost power yet. Let me get this going, and we're fine. We're fine now. Woo! Oh, I'm so glad I noticed that. Holy moly. Problem solved. We're all good. I got us plugged in.
Would not be plugged into that one.
Oh, okay. Got it.
There's a heater and multiple lights plugged into that one.
Oh, fair enough. You're right. You're right. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're plugged in. Oh, may I have a draw real quick if you have it on? Okay, no worries then. I'm not worried. All right. This guy is looking pretty good. He's looking way cleaner. He had so many little fuzzies on him. It was ridiculous. Okay, where are you actually? Okay, okay, we definitely must clean this up. Because, wow, do you sit way above where you're supposed to, I feel like. I don't like it. I don't like how much you were sitting above the ground with that little foot. What direction do you face? They have you going like this. Yeah, I think I need to clip that a bit more. Oh, thank you. Because yeah, that looks better. Honestly, why did you put That's such a weird, he's on his like tippy toe. How strange. I'm gonna probably cover that with tufts because I really don't like the way that foot looks. Like he is stepping with the way that this sculpt is. I'm gonna wait for it to focus. So the way that the sculpt is, it's having him like be really high on his toe because of where they put that peg. And it's kind of like, do you see how much his toe is driving into the ground? Focus. Focus. There we go. Like, see, it's going really, really like he's scraping his toe on the ground. Oh, really? That's so fun. When you were in the army, you would be painting miniatures at dinner every night on Thursday when you were stationed in Germany. That's so cool. How that sounds really fun, actually. What a great way to like bond. I approve. I approve. I hope they still do it. Which is funny because like on the box, it really doesn't look like he's running. It just kind of looks like he's like striding forward maybe, but maybe he is. Maybe he's supposed to be running. Like he's hoofing it. Okay, so he just has this arm up. And then this arm. I think he might be actually. I think you're right. I think he might be running. Because he's definitely, like his arms are definitely out in a weird way that makes him look also kind of like he's running. Because he's not really firing at anything. He's also not pointing. Fascinating. Fascinating. All right, well, let's get this into place. Yeah, I think you're totally right. He's totally running. Oh my goodness. Okay, that feels pretty secure. It makes him look a little strange because seeing, I mean, if you watch anybody in Fallout, the TV show, run in the power armor, it looks silly. You know, I never looked. Is this meant to be... What power armor is he in? Is he in T45 or T50? What power armor does Maxon, Elder Maxon use in Fallout 4? T60, okay. So a little bit later stuff. Yes, I will take a break in just a moment. I want to get this head glued on so that it can be drying. Oh, shit, I haven't clipped it off. Do I want to, actually, shit, okay, hold on, I'm gonna take that out. Because I haven't decided if I want him to be with the power armor head or if I want him to have his human head. So I'll decide that. But yes, I'm gonna go ahead and take a probably like 15-minute break. According to the AI, it's T60, but I could believe, do they have T61? I didn't remember T61. I know they have B50, I know they have T51B or something like that. Or is it B? No, that's a plane. B51 is a plane. I think it's T51. But did they have a 61? I thought it was just 60. I know there's also the Enclave one, which I don't know if that one has a number or if it's just called something else specifically. But when I get back from my break, we're gonna put his head on and then honestly probably talk about some more things because I'm almost done with this build. Oh, I'll probably work on the NCR guys actually. I'll probably also build them just so that I can get everybody built. And I think that's my last kit that I actually need to build. And then I just need to paint everything, which we'll be working on in the very near future, probably on Thursday. So yes, I'm gonna go get some food and drinks, refresh myself and everything, and I'll see you guys in 15 minutes, or roughly at 3:15, or your regional equivalent. Anyways, see you guys very shortly. everybody. How are we doing? Oh, thank you for telling everybody to like, subscribe, and ring that bell, Darren. I appreciate that. How are we doing, everybody? Welcome back. Thank you for allowing me to indulge on my break. I got a little snack. I got a fresh soda. I have an entire full bottle of water. Okay, it's a little less full now. I've drinking some of it, but still, I'm feeling good. And we're gonna get back to some more building. So I had a chat with Chaos Cultist while I was on my break, and we have decided that we're gonna go with the helmeted version of Maxim because we have the unhelmeted version in his unarmored version. And so that is the idea. Hello, everybody, and thank you for the welcome backs. It's lovely to be back, especially since my vacation. Ooh, you're about to eat and get some painting done yourself? Heck yeah. Oh no, you're coming down with a bit of a flu? No, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're recovering swiftly. Please make sure to drink plenty of water. That is a great way to just help your body quickly recover from something like that. You got some cheese and crackers and a soda? Nice. Nice. I'm gonna do tacos tonight, so I'm hyped for that. I am super hyped for the tacos tonight. Should be good, honestly. I know because I make them. And I think I do a pretty fine job. Hooting my own horn here about my subpar cooking abilities. I'm okay. I'm not the best, but I think I can do tacos pretty well. I make them spicy. If you like spicy tacos, I tend to fulfill that, although I'm sure some people who like really spicy stuff will probably be like, these are pansy ass little tacos, and I'll just be like, I'm sorry, sir. But I tend to add like chili peppers to them. I'm actually gonna grab some from my garden tonight, because I still have some chilies, believe it or not. Like, holy moly moly. They're still turning. He's tiptoeing through terrain. That makes sense. I think he's supposed to be running. It doesn't really look like it super well when he's actually on the base. Also, let's see. Have him looking a little bit that way. Seems good. Did I even have enough glue on there? Okay, I do. And once we are done with Maxon in his power armor, I'm actually gonna bust out the last command set that I have, which includes some NCR characters. And I don't know if there's any named one in that one, in the same way that the Kaisar's Legion had Legate and Lupus in it. But we'll check in a second, because I think it's back there. I don't know if any of them are named. It doesn't, like, the box doesn't indicate that any of them are named, but sometimes they don't. Okay, why were you stable and then you suddenly just like moved a bunch? What happened? I probably did that, didn't I? It was me all along. What do I think about the Fallout episode 4, and who was that guy that wanted phase 2 so bad that he just got out of the sleep shuttle? So I thought episode 4 was pretty decent. I have some concerns. But I do, like, overall, I've been enjoying the second season so far. My biggest concern at this point is I really need them at this stage in the show to tie us back into episode 1 with the houses and just everything that was going on with Hank as well. Because I feel like we've been away from that for so long, and I'm like, okay, but where was that going? Like, I see where the Brotherhood is going. I get the gist of where, like, Lucy and the Ghoul are even going, but I'm like, how is that gonna tie to what Hank is doing and like what's been going on? I do love the theory that's out there right now, because we had in the trailer what sounded like a super mutant talking. But I really think, and I've seen other people say this, So it's definitely not an original me idea or anything like that. But I've seen people discussing that it could be the Deathclaw talking, which I really like the idea of. See, look, which direction is he? Where's the tire? Actually, what's more important is where is that? Okay, so it's going this way. So this is his front. That's what I thought. Okay. Whoop. All right, because I clipped so much of this off already, I think we're just gonna clip the rest of it off. It's not actually going into the peg. And I can cover that hole with a little bit of tufting in the form of weeds growing up in these cracks, which I'm definitely gonna do. Actually should add some tufts to the Legion bases especially. I think that would look really nice. Oh, you didn't want to have a spicy drink? Thank you for subscribing, Anthony Padula. It's lovely to have you join us. Okay, I think we're looking pretty clean here. And then, how does that other foot? I think I need to trim this other foot's clip, like stem a little bit. So I'm gonna see if I can, yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. It was at a weird angle and I think it was hitting something. All right. Should I just have him? I'm debating whether or not I should have him like slightly adjacent from this hole so that I can cover it more easily. Okay, I'm gonna hold him up to my face for a second so I can see how he looks. Okay, no, he needs to just be over the hole. All right, let's get some glue in here. So we're gonna put some into the one that actually is gonna have the front foot with the peg. And then the other one is just gonna go on the bottom of his foot a little bit because there's nothing for it to stick to, really. There's nothing for it to stick to other than the little bit of ground it hits. All right, so, and then I'm gonna hold him up again. That looks pretty good. Like, I'm just gonna hold him like this. What was the phase 2? So phase 2 has not been fully revealed to us, but the top theory, because he called it, oh my gosh, hold on, I need to look up what he said specifically now. Because basically, I don't remember exactly what the guy said, but one, he was woken up out of order. Everybody that was in Vault 31 that Norm woke up was not supposed to be woken up yet. That is not part of Bud's original plan, who was the brain in the jar that Norm sort of like kicked over and put into a mop bucket. They're not supposed to be awake. They're supposed to be asleep still. They're supposed to be cryo-frozen. The only reason that that particular dude, the one that was the second in command, was coming up to Norm is because Norm is claiming and lying to these people, saying that he is the ultimate, he is the super manager they've all been waiting for through genetic engineering. And that's what they've created. And so now he's in charge because Bud's dead. And he's lying to them to manipulate them. And the thing that's happened with it is the guy who spoke to Norm saying, hey, I know about phase 2, let's go here. He is from the pre-war, back when Hank and all of the Vault Tech people were making plans and planning out their experiments, because all the vaults are experiments. And there's only a few that were actually meant to be like what the vault sort of claimed to be, which is just a safe haven for people hiding from the war who could afford it. But most of them tended to be some form of like social experiment, chemical experiment, biological experiment, brainwashing experiment, etc. There was some sort of usually sinister experiment happening. And if you've ever played any of the games, if you go to the vaults, there's a lot of them that have stuff like that. That's why there's a vault full of a guy, a single dude, just named Gary, and all they say is Gary over and over and over again. Because they're clones of this one guy, and by cloning himself so much, they kind of got dumb, and now they can only say their name. And so that's what's going on. And so, is the guy who talked about phase 2, is his name Ron? Okay, cool. So Ron was talking to Norm, and the point of that conversation to hardcore Fallout fans was less so about what exactly phase 2 is specifically, and more that the acronym that what he described creates, which is FEV. And FEV, if you've played any of the Fallout games, is the chemical that created the super mutants. And we've already had a hint in Fallout Season 1, I believe it was, or it might have been the beginning of Season 2, but I'm pretty sure it was Season 1, talking about how, and I don't remember what the company is off the top of my head, but there's some skincare company that was already experimenting with FEV because they were using it to help against the plague that canonically hit the US and I think the world prior to the nuclear event happening and the apocalypse actually occurring. But there was a plague actually hitting, and FEV was originally intended to be a like preventative / like cure for that or something like that. There's like kind of loose lore about it, and I do not know the full details, but that's sort of the general gist of what I've gathered from it. And the thing that really stood out to me in that scene was not so much what he said or even necessarily like phase 2 in some way. And this tracks because Bud was a military contractor for Vault-Tec. That was his role, which makes sense that Ron, his assistant, who's going to lunch with all the other Vault-Tec people in these military contract discussions, would be privy to. And we know that the military are the ones who wanted to use FEV as a super soldier serum. Like, they didn't originally make it to necessarily create super mutants. That just kind of what happened. But the intention and what they were telling people when they were experimenting on them in the early days is that they were going to get super strong and super smart, but they didn't actually get super smart. Some did, but not all of them. Most of them got kind of dumb. Which is why in like Fallout Wasteland, when we were playing it, the super mutants don't know what I'm doing on the computers because they don't really know how to use computers because they're super mutants. But if they get lucky and roll a very like low intelligence check and succeed, then they can figure out at minimum they're doing something on these like beepy boopy things, and I don't want them doing that, so I should destroy them. So like super mutants aren't supposed to be smart, but they were told, the humans who were experimented on in the early days were told that it would create a super soldier who was very smart and very fast and very strong. Like basically Captain America is what they were going for. And so what this is implying is that all of those poor saps, like the girl who only got hired a week before she got cryogenically frozen because of the apocalypse happening by Vault-Tec a week before, is going to be put into this program for a bunch of super managers, huh? That seems a little weird. No, it seems what they actually ultimately wanted to do is genetically experiment on people, maybe get like the perfect human genetically, and then put FEV on them and see if they actually get maybe a smart super mutant. Like that's kind of the vibe I'm like wondering if maybe they're going for, because they had FEV prior, but it wasn't ready, and now they've done further experimentation. Oh yeah, I know, it was so funny when people were like getting mad about that, and it's like, but death claws have always been pre-war. That's the other thing. This is why I think it is key that we remember that Bud was a military contractor. Like he created, or at least distributed in some way, and was tied to the original T-45 creation. We have a scene in season 1 of Goggins telling Bud when he's all proud of the T-45. He knew it had some faults, but he was really proud of that thing. And then Goggins is like, yeah, all of those faults actually got a lot of people dead. You should feel bad for yourself, is kind of what he was implying there. And so there is, I would not be surprised if, I don't think Bud necessarily is one of the scientists or guys directly involved with FEV, but I bet he was in some way involved with it because he is on the military side, and that is used by the government on the military side because they wanted to create super soldiers. In the same way that the death claws were in fact created just as people are talking about online, because this is lore canon from like the original games, that the death claws were created to be basically soldiers they could send in and not have to worry about because they're just search and destroy missions. And so they're just like, unleash them where we don't really want to send and waste like actual human lives. So send them in and just have them maim everybody in sight. And so, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm excited to watch tomorrow's episode. I really hope they bring Hank back into this at this point though, because I need that first episode to have a little bit more clarification in it. Because right now I feel like what's the point? Like right now that episode has no purpose. And I don't see the point. I continue to love Thaddeus. Still one of my like favorite characters. Like just, he's so good. So Ron would know, you feel like Ron knows Norm's lying. I think Ron knows that, I don't think Ron knows that Norm is lying, but I do think Ron is suspicious that Norm does not actually know the full plan. Like he may not actually, which I guess is a form of knowing that he's lying, so maybe I guess you're right. But I'm not 100% sure if he's like super aware of that yet, or if he just has some suspicions and this is kind of his like final test to see what's going on. But frankly, here's what I think is ultimately going to be important. I don't think Ron ultimately cares. I think what Ron cares about is that he is now second in command again. And I think that's what is going to be the key element. I think this is going to ultimately be a power grab because as far as everybody in 31 is concerned, all of the pre-war people, they were there to be super managers, aka super mutants. I think they're all about to be turned into super mutants. Like all those poor sorry sods are about to be turned into super mutants. Because I think they wanted super smart super mutants to lead the rest of the super mutants, and like then they can control them. I think that's kind of maybe what the whole intention might have been, or it might be now, at least modernly. But the thing that so I don't really know if it's important necessarily whether or not Ron like believes Norm explicitly, or if he's just like, I'm gonna go along with this and take it to my advantage. Because no matter what, he's definitely gonna try to use it to his advantage. Because they're all gonna, I mean, they all want to be the top dog, making the decisions until they actually have to make the decisions, like Betty's learned, and then they're like, oh my god, I hate everything, because things are going to shit in 33. Oh man, is 33 having a rough time? 32 is fine. 32 is having a good time. I see. The thing I'm most curious about is what's in Hank's keepsake box that Beth wants. Is it Beth her name? Is it Becky? Beth? Betty. What Betty wants. Because Betty wants Hank's keepsake box. So what did Hank bring with him? And so I know some people were really surprised because Betty was Canadian and Canada was annexed in the Fallout lore during the Resource Wars. So they're part of the US. That wasn't surprising to me. What I did find interesting though about her being Canadian and the fact that she was asking for Hank's keepsake box is in the same way that Hank appears to be a plant Potentially for, originally I was thinking he was a plant for House. I'm not so sure. I think he might be working for the Enclave. Because one of the key things, like, regardless, I think Hank is a plant. Because one of the things, and I actually forgot this from season 1. Oh, is it Steph? Sorry, Steph. Why did I say? Oh, Betty is the other ladies. Betty is the other overseer. Okay, sorry. Yes, Steph and Betty. Those are the 2 overseers. Okay, back to my thing about Hank. We know Hank is a plant. He definitely, I don't think, was just there for Buds. I think he was sent over, and the thing that I originally thought was, I thought he might have been a plant and a spy for House. I'm less certain of that now. I also think he could have been for the government. Like, he could have been for the Enclave, specifically. Because the thing that makes me think that is his knowledge and continuation of the research on the head-exploding mind control devices. Because, yeah, Steph is the pirate. She's the one with the eye patch. Because we saw a similar device being used by the Enclave in the season 1 when we were originally following the scientists that stole cold fusion with dog meat. Because they had a version of a controlling device like what we see on the people that Hank's like using it on, or in Vault whatever it was, 63 or something like that, in like episode 2 or 3 or whatever. And so I'm wondering if he's reporting to the Enclave, and he's trying to report to the government, or to Dick Richardson, Dick, which I hope is still our president. I don't know. I know he's the president in 3, I believe it is, and I don't remember if he survives or not. I'm actually currently playing through 3 again, and I'm really enjoying it. It's very gray-green. Oh my god. I'm so glad that the Xbox especially got out of that era of every game being just like a wash of gray-green, like, haze. Because that's my only real complaint about 3 right now. Okay, let me look at this container for these. So we're building the NCR top brass. What do we got here? Okay, so we have Chief Hanlon, Lieutenant Gorberts, Lieutenant Go Roberts, and then General Oliver. All right, well, General Oliver is the guy with his hand up. Okay, so this is my sniper then. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, so the scientist with the mustache that killed the 2 guys, that's Doctor. It's not Doctor. He's not a doctor. That's Mr. House. The problem is I'm not sure which Mr. House it is, because there's 2 technically. The company that they mention in episode 1, H&H Tools. Well, guess what the H&H is? House and House. Because Mr. House, one of the main characters from Fallout New Vegas, if you're not familiar with the game, he is one of the characters you can side with to get a specific ending, if you're playing through New Vegas. He has a half-brother. They're not full brothers. I believe the father is the same, but the mothers are different. And that is mostly relevant because I'm not sure which of the brothers we saw kill those 2 guys. Like, the fact that he brought up H&H Tools makes me think that it might be the house that actually runs H&H Tools. But I think the one that spoke with Goggins in the, like, when he was pissing, when he had his dick in his hands, as he so politely put it. I think that was Mr. House. Like, I think that was Mr. House from New Vegas. Oh my gosh. I mean, it is, but okay, so that I think speaks a little bit to the depth of Maximus's character, because despite the fact that it's not plot armor, I don't think it is. What it is trying to build character for Maximus. So if you've been following his character from in season 1 through season 2 so far, Maximus has solved all of his problems with violence. He is never really the instigator necessarily of the initial violence, but he definitely takes advantage of violence when it happens and then uses it to conclude and get basically results that benefit him in some way. The first example of this is, of course, when he first gets the Paladin's armor, when he gets Titus's armor. Titus makes a stupid decision, attacks a Yao Guai, gets his ass kicked, and Maximus chooses not to save him so that he can then take the armor and move up in the ranks, in theory. Like, I don't think he was like, but he didn't plan any of that. And I think that's one of the key things to take away from the scene is the moment when Maximus was telling Quintus, I don't have a plan. You're the guy with the plans. Everything that I do, all of the death that all of the murder that I keep committing is happening to me, and I'm just going with it because it's what's happening around me, and it seems to be working. And I think that is a key factor. And I think the thing that's important in the scene with Quintus about Maximus not actually killing him is that Maximus himself is not a cold-blooded murderer, despite the fact that he has been presented to us a little bit in that way, because he does keep solving all of his problems with violence. But he himself, I don't think, wants to rely on that explicitly. And I think this is going to be a conflict that he's going to have internally, and we'll see hopefully on the screen. Because Maximus has daddy issues because he lost one father to a bomb. And he is now being called an apostate by his adopted father because he saved children abominations, because the Brotherhood is really anti-ghouls and super mutants and any mutations, which I find really funny because you can still definitely work with them in Fallout 76 and have like a full stack of mutations, and they'll be like, you might want to get that looked at, but they won't actually stop working with you. So hypocrites, if you ask me. Hello, George. It's lovely to see you again in chat. But so like, I see what you're like. I don't get me wrong. I really had hoped to kind of see Maximus just blow Quintus's head off. But I think it adds some depth to him because he doesn't want to actually kill and I think do the violence to solve all of his problems, but he doesn't really know anything else. Despite the fact that he was raised in a very non-violent community originally. But because he's been with the Brotherhood for so long, that's really just kind of what he's known. And Quintus has used him to do violent acts when he doesn't necessarily agree with it. Like the killing of that other paladin when he was first getting together with all of the other leaders from the Brotherhood factions. Oh yeah, I mean, well, Lucy definitely had an impact on Maximus because he thinks she's real cute. And to be fair, she thinks he's real cute. So I look forward to them coupling by the end of the season. I hope that happens. But like, I hope they end up together. I hope we get but I really don't think they will because it's Fallout and we don't get happy endings. But I would love that. But I ain't holding my breath. I think the funny thing is, and I know, like, I have not read the interview specifically, but I was talking with Chaos Cultist about it, and I think he may have seen the interview. But there is... So, Bethesda didn't expect the Fallout Season 1 to do as well as it did, and so they were not prepared. And it's kind of... You can kind of tell. I feel like with how they sort of have just tacked in Goggins into Fallout 76 without it really, like... amounting to anything. Well, that resin went flying. Find it later, I guess. It's not anything important, but it did go flying. And it needs to be thrown away. Probably get it vacuumed up the next time I do a big vacuum in here. But yeah, so like I think that oh shit, I lost my train of thought because I was so distracted by that resin flying. Oh, we're back to the good old days. It's like I never stopped streaming. Oh my goodness. Now, what was I saying? It was about the Fallout, and it was about Maximus and Quintus and all of that, but now I can't remember exactly what it was specifically. Oh well, it's not that important, I suppose. Oh, I absolutely think that we will. I think we'll see Culkin again with Kaisar's Legion because one, I would not be surprised if there are other factions of Kaisar's Legion than not just those two. But I can also say that if you go back and watch the original trailers before the season came out, we see Culkin, I believe, with the crown, like with the laurels. So I think he might like become Kaisar or something. Like I feel like, am I misremembering this? Like, am I hallucinating this memory? Where's my phone? Here it is. Let me see. I'm like 90% sure that, let me look up the Fallout Season 2 trailer. Okay, that's a teaser trailer. Here's the original. Oh shit, I went to the, I did the wrong thing. I hit the wrong button. I want this. Because I want to scan. Where's Culkin? Let's see. We also haven't seen Vault 32's Overlord like running with her eye patch yet and in the wedding dress. She must be getting married to Chet. Oh my god, why did I not think of that? I'm an idiot. She must be getting married to Chet as a way to continue to control him. That's what's happening there. Where is Macaulay Culkin in this? There's House. Aha, here it is. Okay. Boop. Okay, no, he doesn't have the laurels, but he definitely has stabbed somebody in the chin, and we haven't seen that scene yet. Now, that could be a scene that they're just not going to use, but I feel like we've seen a lot of the scenes in the trailer so far, so I really do expect we're going to see it. Oh, I know, that they just had that sand hedge embankment to separate them. I know, they were like, it was so funny. But honestly, I actually really liked that section. I also thought Lucy being super addicted to like buff out was funny, although I was watching an Instagram reel and I completely do not remember the person who did it. It randomly showed up on my feed. But it gave me a kick because the guy was basically comparing what buff out does in the games versus how Lucy was reacting to it. And I kind of agree with the man of, I think either Bethesda didn't tell them correctly or the showrunners just got some of their chems mixed up a little bit, because buff out's just supposed to be a thing that you take to try to get your strength up, especially when you need like extra carry capacity. It's supposed to make you strong. Psycho, however, is the one that you want to take when you want to be extra aggressive in combat and get some little bonuses in combat, which is how Lucy was behaving. So I think she shouldn't, I feel like she shouldn't quite, I love buff out addicted Lucy, okay? I love drug addicted Lucy. I think it's so funny. However, I think they have the wrong chems. Whoops. It's fine though. Who's really paying attention? Oh my God, what is that connection point? Okay. Hold on. I'll do a little bit of an awkward clipping. Yes, I can't wait to watch tomorrow's episode. It should be really fun. So we don't know what it said specifically. From what I've seen of analysis online of people who do that kind of thing, it actually read I am and then I am something again. And so I don't know what, I don't think we know officially what it says yet. I assume we will find out the next time we see Macaulay Culkin's character, because I imagine... So there's a theory that he is the Mormon, that if you go with the Khazar's Legion ending in Fallout New Vegas, what happens is you give this Mormon scientist basically to Khazar, and it kind of prolongs Khazar's health for an extended period of time. Like, he still has a brain tumor. He can't really do anything about that, but I believe the man basically becomes Khazar's personal medic. And if that is who Culkin is, I think that'd be really cool. Because it would kind of imply that we're getting a Khazar ending. In a weird way. Because Khazar, no matter what, even if you go the Khazar route and he lives like an extended period of time past where he normally would, he still dies. He has a brain tumor. You can't stop that. Like, there's no way to get rid of it and for him to live. So, like, there's always going, like, part of that plot is that Khazar knows he's gotten too big, that his Legion has gotten too big, and that is going to collapse. He doesn't have an heir, and that is a major problem. And I think that's what we're getting in this. I think we're getting, like, the post Khazar's died, he had no heir, and it factionalized because they all think someone specific should be Khazar, who is not the successor that he's like named or whatever. And no one's been able to get close enough. Like, I actually really like the plot for Khazar's Legion in this. I think they're doing a pretty phenomenal job with it. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck this is supposed to go together. I feel like his arm is like really awkward, but maybe it's just me. It's me. I'm the awkward one. Well, I think, do I need to be higher? Is that the problem? Like, I'm gonna be heads down for a second focusing on this because I'm fucking getting frustrated. Okay, I think it needs to be like that. There was glue in there, so I'm just gonna hold it and see if I can... Oh my God, I think I fixed it. Thank goodness. I do need to do a little bit of repair work with some green stuff. I think I trimmed off a little bit too much off of that shoulder piece. Slash is just not sitting as nicely as I want, but God damn it, it's in place and I'm gonna leave it. My goodness. Okay, so I'm gonna put a smidge of glue there. I don't know where this hand is specifically gonna sit, so I'm just gonna dab a little bit of glue onto it as well, so it can kind of tack to the gun wherever it ends up getting positioned. Oh my God, I'm sticking to my fingers immediately. Let's not do that. Let's, oh, you're just pointing. You're not even, okay, great. Great, okay, please, 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 please. Miniature. Okay. So many of these guys are just gesturing forward like, go men. I mean, I guess it's if they're leaders or something, they can it kind of fits, but Jesus Christ, it's kind of confusing. Please. I think I've lost all my glue. I did. I'm also having a conniption. Hold on. You just looked it up on Wikipedia and the false Kaiser was the Asian guy on the other side of the camp. I wouldn't trust what Wikipedia says when the whole series isn't out yet. No, Culkin is not Joshua Graham. Joshua Graham is not, I mean, he's probably alive still at this point, but he's in the Grand Canyon. So he's not actually in New Vegas specifically, and I don't know if he would be tied to this, and I really hope they don't tie him to this. Like, I don't actually want Joshua Graham to come in. We had enough with him, and I think they wrapped up his narrative quite well with the Honest Hearts expansion. And I really don't need him to be brought back into things because he already in Honest Hearts expressed how he honestly had a disagreement with Kaiser, and that's why he got thrown off the fucking cliff, set on fire. So there's no reason for them to bring him back in other than just to be like, here he is, I guess. And I feel like most people don't want that necessarily. You know, my friend Ranger, I feel like this would be much better if you just were using your other arm instead of the point to, like, I don't know, hold the gun? Why has this got a weird bend? Is this the wrong arm? Oh my God, is this? Wait. No, it's not. Okay, it's not the wrong arm. This is the right arm. I'm just fucking... Okay, there we go. No, oh my God, I can't. My angles are wrong. Okay. I think I got it. I think I got it finally into spot. I'm just trying not to move too much so it doesn't slip. So it can actually, like, secure into place. So Joshua Graham is only seen in the DLC, but he is part of Kaiser's Legion. Joshua Graham was originally the right-hand man of Kaiser. However, they had a falling out. I don't remember the details specifically of what their ideological conflict was, but they had a falling out. Kaiser lit him on fire and kicked him off a cliff. Which is why he is now referred to as the Burned Man and is hanging out in the Grand Canyon with the tribes there. Because the whole origin of Kaiser's Legion was that Kaiser, I can't remember his name, like, prior to calling himself Kaiser, was a Mormon. And he, like, from Utah, and he saw how tribalism had come back post-war, and he wanted to try to organize people to unify everyone, and he thought that they needed, in the same way that the Brotherhood feels this way, because this is part of Maxon's whole thing too, and this is literally a trope of Fallout in general, and part of the theme of, like, war never changes. All of these factions sit there and go, people are going to need something to believe in. So they keep trying to use old techniques that worked in the old world to give people something to believe in. In the instance of Quintus believes that Maxon looked to God in order to find something to believe in, and was like, the experiments the US government are doing are evil and go against God. And that's his belief on it. In 76, Maxon tells his first squire, who is, like, basically the lieutenant or something, because I think Maxon himself is like a captain or a colonel or something like that in the army. he tells them, and this is not verbatim because I have not actually played through this portion of the quest, but I overheard Chaos Cultist like playing it the other day, and I was listening in on it a little bit. But basically, it came down to Maxon thought that they needed something to guide them, and much like Kaisar's Legion, he based a lot of his like original concepts off of Rome and organizing them in a similar way, hence why they are knights and paladins and squires. Because he basically took like ancient terminology to be a guiding light to help organize confused, scared people in a brand new post-apocalyptic environment. And I actually love that. I love that that ties into the war never changes, people don't change. These conflicts are going to be inevitable because because we keep doing this. We keep picking a belief system to try to guide people using, and it keeps blowing up in everybody's faces, sometimes quite literally in the form of nuclear bombs. Joshua is also a Mormon. Like, both of them were. That's how they knew each other. Because I think Joshua and Kaisar, like, I don't know if they knew each other prior to the Legion being formed, but I really get the impression that they may have known each other prior. I don't play in favor of Kaisar's Legion when I play New Vegas, so I actually don't know the hyper details and extent of that particular narrative. But I have played through Honest Hearts, although it was like a year and a half ago. And I've watched enough essays on it that I feel like I've got it roughly in the right direction. I just don't know about specific stuff. He's just referred to as the Burned Man now because basically Kaisar did not want him referenced again. So he started calling him the Burned Man or whatever. It was almost like a kind of a respect thing of like, Joshua was like, well, he doesn't want me around anymore, so I guess I'm gonna do this. All right, where's this dude's feetsies supposed to be positioned? What does that say? Mentats! Oh my god, it's a little box of Mentats! That's so cute. Oh shit, this isn't your base at all. Nope. This is the brush. Let me just clip this, clip that, trim it down. Oh, you have mold lines. Fuck, okay. All right, well, let me pull this glue out if I can. Okay, I think I got it. Whoops! I wasn't paying attention. All right, which base is actually yours? It appears to be this one. Cool. Yeah, honestly, the main reason I specifically want a remaster / a remake of New Vegas is because I would love a bit of time given to add in some of the lost Kaisar Legion content. Like, imagine if we got like a new version of the game and it actually included like a fully realized ending for Kaisar's Legion, because it was rushed. They didn't get a chance to finish it, which is a real shame. And I would love to see it finished because I actually think there's, like, I was impressed with the Honest Hearts DLC, and so I really want to see. I would love to see more from that. Okay, that went in great. I still kind of hate the way he's gesturing while also shooting, but at least it looks... I think I got his arm in correct. Okay, there we go. Brotherhood over here. Let's get our next guy. Let's do the general. I think I called him a captain. He is definitely a general. I like how Bethesda started freaking out because they had that timer going recently. I don't know if it's still going, but I think they clarified because a lot of fans were speculating that it might be a countdown timer to like a Fallout 3 remaster or a Fallout New Vegas remaster. And I don't remember exactly what it is tied to, but it's something that it's a timer on Amazon's website, not on Bethesda's website. So I don't think it has anything at all to do with any remasters from the games. I think it's like tied to some other show. Oh yes, they're doing like a game show or something like that. And I'm really interested to see what it might be or something. That's what I kind of remember. Like Chaos Cultist and I talked about it like vaguely, and I don't know if anybody else knows any information about it. But I know for like a very brief period, the internet was abuzz with like, oh my God, are we finally getting the remaster? And sadly we are not. We're not getting a stealth drop, as far as we know, of a remaster. But imagine when it happens. I do kind of hope they do it as a stealth drop like they did for for Oblivion. I think that was really exciting and fun. But who knows? Who knows what will happen? Okay, I was just making sure. I was like, I am still alive and everything, right? But yes, I think I am. Excellent. Oh my goodness, this is going so well. I'm gonna have so many miniatures to paint. Pretty hyped about it, actually. I'm actually really excited for our game on Friday. For those of you that maybe are just coming in, Chaos Cultist and I will be having our first battle report of the year starting on Friday. I believe our start time will be either 2 or 3 p.m. because we will also be covering the Warhammer live stream that's happening earlier that day. It'll be a 11 p.m. start time for that stream for me if you want to join the watch along party, but otherwise I'll see you guys for the battle report. But I'm really, really hyped for that. Okay, he's got this hand up and he's aiming with this one. Yes. Everybody's hip firing. I guess it's because they're all gesturing with their other arms. It's the ability you get when you become a commander. Much hip firing. Perfect. That actually went on really well. If I do say so myself. And then I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I moved it. Oh, now it's sticking to my finger. God damn it. I had it so perfect. Oh, why did I do that? All right, there we go. Okay, I got it again. Let's just set him there. And we'll let him dry for a bit. Oh, no problem. No problem. I just get self-conscious, and because I haven't done this in like a week, I'm like, oh my God, am I being really boring? Am I just talking about bullshit and no one cares? I mean, I guess I could believe that 100%. All right, we have one more figure to assemble, and then we got them to attach them to their bases. I'm gonna put these back here, actually. I do have glue hands. I have glue hands because, oh my goodness, super glue is super sticky. They really did do a very good job on the sculpts on these guys' faces. I remember none of these NCR characters from 4. Because I'm pretty sure these are all from 4. But I'm not actually sure, actually. Maybe they're from New Vegas? NCR, I mean, NCR's in enough other ones too, so I don't know. A little bit of cleanup on that like rough cut that I just did. But otherwise we're looking pretty good. They stylized the folds in people's arms really nicely, or in people's clothes, arms? Because I'm working on them. On people's clothes really nicely, that I actually think it works with the hard, sharp edges of the resin. And I have to say I'm impressed. Because I really don't feel like I see as many mold lines as I sometimes do with like other resin miniatures. Like, not that they're not there, but they're obfuscated because of the stylized folds. And I have to say I approve. This guy's, he's got a tight butt. He's got a nice little tight butt. You had questions after episode 4 and you were trying to figure out the best way to type some of them out to make sense. Oh, that makes sense. I hear you. Okay, we're gonna let him dry and get this guy on his base. Beautiful. Oh, and then I immediately knocked him out. Take that. There we go. You can't wait till tomorrow. Issue 71 of Combat Patrol has the first of the Imperial Guard minis in it. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Woo! I love the Imperial Guard. Nice. Okay, he's in place. He looks great. What a swell dude. Let's get this cleaned up. Yeah, sometimes it's really chunky when you're like getting pieces off. But again, it really shaves down well, so I can't really complain too much about the resin. For Fallout Wastelands, at least. A common squad in a single issue? Hell yeah, that's great. Also, pretty damn generous for GW. How often do they do that and give it to you in the cost of a magazine? That is fantastic. Do you have plans for the squad that you're gonna get? Do you have any like, are you gonna do them up in a specific way? Like, tell me about it. Oh my God, threw him onto the floor. Oh my God, please, sir. You're drunk. Okay, we're holding him in place. Dude, a command squad? Nice. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Sick. That is fun. Okay. Well, speaking of command squads, we just finished our NCR command squad. And, now let me cap this glue out of the way. I don't think I need it anymore. All right. So, we have accomplished quite a bit today, and I'm just gonna hang out for, I guess, the next 45 minutes and we'll chat. Probably talk a little bit more about my vacation and maybe some upcoming plans that I might have. I'll also probably do a little bit of cleanup on this table because I did do such a good job cleaning it up while I was on my vacation, and I don't want to leave it immediately in a mess. But we ended up getting 6 models built today, which I'm very happy with. Do I need to keep these little baggies? Probably not. I will do this and grab a pen because I think he's the only one with extra pieces. One of the things I do really like about the Modiphius brand is like, okay. I love options at GW, don't get me wrong. But because I am not a huge kit basher, oh, I did cut myself there. Huh, wonder what I stabbed myself on. Probably something when I was building my greenhouse. Sorry, I got very distracted because I had a random like sore on my palm. Chat goes. Ooh, you're gonna do a heavy weapon and an Atlantan jackals in a single, oh, that's so cool. Dude, that's awesome. They're being, yeah, that's sick. I mean, I heard that magazine was a pretty decent deal. So really nice to hear that. Yeah, we got 6 models built. We have our NCR Legion, or sorry, our NCR Command, and then we have our Brotherhood Command as well, which I think turned out very cool. Let me actually face them towards you guys. I realize they're showing your backs to you. There we go. So our fine lads. And then we also, last time, before I went on my vacation, I also built actually these 2 Securitrons, which are I think the last models I have in the collection outside of this random alien guy that, despite Chaos Cultist saying he was going to paint, I think he wants me to paint. Which is fine, I don't mind that. But this is the last of the Fallout Wasteland miniatures that I have to paint at this point. And honestly, I'm probably gonna get more. Oh, the other thing I was saying is, I know that a lot of people are really big fans of the fact that Games Workshop, for example, gives a lot of options when it comes to, like, if you're a real big kit basher, they don't do, like, one of the contention points is the monopose models. And I know these are monopose models, but one of the things I do at least appreciate about the fact that they're monopose is there isn't a lot of leftover stuff when it comes to just like bits and everything. So cleanup is just like, cool, I get to throw all this stuff away. And like the one exception is I have this one extra head for Maxon, which I'll probably keep but never use. So it'll go in the bin over there on the wall. But yeah, I think that ended up turning out really nice, and I'm very happy with how they came out. Here's the
NCR.
The NCR. They all are actually named people.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, so
all
it's
characters from the game.
Chief Hanlon, General Oliver, and then Lieutenant Go Roberts.
Okay.
But I don't know. I think they're from 3.
They might be from New Vegas. There's no NCR in 3.
Okay, is there NCR in 4?
No.
Okay, so they must be from New Vegas then.
Yeah.
Unless I guess maybe they could be from 1 and 2.
Could be, but I think they were from New Vegas. From the base.
Your take, Lucy is looking for Hank, the ghoul is looking for his family, Max is trying to do good, you think Steph is a bad person, Betty is realizing how bad things are, Norm is, you're not sure about Norm.
I mean, Steph is Canadian, so yes.
Oh! I think she might be a spy for some, like, faction that wanted Canada to maybe break back away from the US or something.
Yeah, the French.
Oh my god, my people. Max, I think I do think he's trying to do good. Again, violence is the only way he seems to know how to do good.
Max seems to be the victim of fate.
Max is absolutely the victim of fate. So one of the things I didn't finish talking about when we were talking about Max earlier, and I don't think I've even said this with you, but you remember how in season 1, the ghoul was like, rule of the wasteland is you will always get sidetracked by bullshit.
The golden rule of the wasteland.
Yeah, the golden rule of the wasteland.
Forever be
He's sidetracked by bullshit.
Yes.
I think Maximus is living that life a little bit. Like, all of his decisions it's not really necessarily distracting him with bullshit, but the bullshit is what's causing all of his decisions to be made, and he's not actually, like, planning any of this. And I think that's supposed to be a parallel. And everything like that. Lucy's definitely looking for Hank. That's very obvious. The conflict there is how is she gonna actually handle that, because he is both her father, and clearly she still has very strong familial ties, because the whole reason she even left the vault in the first place was because she originally wanted to get him back and save him and bring him back to the vault, until she realized that, oh, you're the guy that blew up Shady Sands? Holy shit. Dad, what the fuck? And so now she has this internal conflict. It's why the scene with her and the NCR remnants was a really cool scene in the last episode. Probably one of my favorite scenes outside of her just being an absolute, like, a murder hobo when it came to the kings, which I felt so bad. The king wasn't even like he wasn't even attacking her. He wasn't like full feral yet. He wasn't like just on a murder rampage. He was just vibing. He wanted to perform. Poor guy. Poor guy. Seriously though, her expression when she's just like, oh, I get why you like shooting people now. I'm getting this. Just killed me. Also, her comment to him about, they're just ghouls, right? Saying straight to a ghoul. So good. It's so good. Like, don't get me wrong. I have my concerns about the new season. And it definitely comes from... It's very obvious, I think, at this point. Because I know that Bethesda was not expecting the first season to do as well as it did. That they went, oh my god, this is actually really good. We should get some marketing behind this. And also maybe be a little bit more hands-on with some of the decisions being made in this. And I do wonder if that is actually happening. Because season 2, while I'm enjoying it, is definitely suffering from a, oh, you didn't expect this to be this big of a hit, and now you are having to extend the story beyond where I think you originally intended it to go. And I really feel like this lengthy trek through New Vegas so far, and the fact that we have not returned to Hank yet, or House, or even gotten to Digital House yet in the series is telling to that. Because while I've enjoyed this season, it's not paced as well as the first season. I don't think that can be really argued super well, or super much at like right now. And I hope season 2 right now feels like a lot of setup for future seasons, because they went, oh, we can extend this, and this can be like I think originally they were like, maybe this will be a 1 or 2 season series. And now they're going, oh, this could be like a 4 to 6 season series. And that's where I think we're at. So I think season 2 ended up being maybe more setup than originally intended. And I think is suffering a little bit from that, but I'm hoping that the ultimate payoff and the speed at which they put them out is rapid and good. That's my hope. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of what Cooper Howard went through and did in Vegas as well. Honestly, some of the best expression work, I think, from Goggins as Cooper Howard in ghoul form in this last episode. I loved how fucking terrified that man was of that Deathclaw walking out that door. Like, the Deathclaw walking out the Lucky 38, the way that it did, and Goggins' expression was really well done. Especially in juxtaposition to Lucy's overconfidence, because she's high on chems. And she's like, man, I can take on the world right now. Oh my God, why is he looking like that? Why is this sarcastic, sardonic ghoul who has been nothing but a cocky, full of himself, gunslinging badass now suddenly pissing himself because this monster just walked out this door? Like, I loved that expression. It was so good. They did such a good job with it. But yeah, really, really fun stuff. I can't wait. I'm gonna go ahead and work on getting this a little bit cleaned up. Oh, I was gonna use a pen. Do I have any Sharpies out here? I don't actually think I do. And I think the dry erase is just gonna wash off of this baggie. Can I Sharpies in this? No, but I think this might work fine. Okay, because what I want to do is I want to write, Elder... Ooh, that is not writing fine at all, actually. Well, shite. Will the microns work? Let's try this. Kind of. It's a little bit better than the last one. Elder. It's just rubbing away. It's just gonna rub away. God damn it. All right, well, I need to find a pen that I can actually write on this with because I want to mark that it's Helder Maxon's head and then put it away. But I'm gonna move these guys out of the way. We're gonna clean up a little bit because honestly, that's pretty much what I got for you today. I just wanted to come back, talk about my vacation, talk about how I felt pretty refreshed from it, honestly. I'm glad to be back. I'm really glad to be back. I have, like I said, I wasn't jonesing for streaming in the way that I was worried that I might, in like a distracting and would make me not enjoy my vacation as much kind of way. But definitely glad to actually be back and doing things again because I missed it. I missed hanging out. I missed hanging out with everybody and talking about things and seeing what's going on and working on projects. Oh, one of the things I did also do over my vacation is I'd been working on this for a while. I put together one of those boards that you can use to like dry brush and get all the extra shit off your brush on. So I haven't tried it yet, but I put one together so that I can maybe get a little less fibers into my brush. I don't normally find that I have too much of a problem with that, but I've seen people talk about doing something like this and I just thought it was fun and I have so many extra bits. And I had this Army Painter like alien purple primer that I've had for ages, basically since I was working on Chaos Cultist Necrons from like the OG period of the channel. That I just had sitting around and I was like, you know, I'm gonna use that to prime this and get a nice coating on this for the paint to grip and just use this as my now dry brush station going forward. So we'll see how that works. GW announced a Warhammer World in America. Would I visit? Games Workshop has announced. Aren't there already Warhammer Worlds in? I mean, I guess there are Warhammer stores. Warhammer World USA. A Warhammer World in the US? Get the details here. Oh my gosh. Oh, outside of DC? Probably not then. That's on the opposite side of the country. And I'm not gonna fly out to the opposite side of the country just to go to a Warhammer store. Like, it would be cool, don't get me wrong, and down the line, if I'm on the East Coast, absolutely. But I don't think I wanna make that flight just to go to DC for a single location like that. Like, I would need something else happening in that area. Like, I would need another convention or something happening in that area in order to make it worth going all the way to Virginia or to DC, because it's not even really technically part of Virginia. Going all the way to DC just to go to that con, or just to go to Warhammer World. Unlike the UK, where like Warhammer World from London is like several hours, it would be a 8+ hour flight for me to get. No, I know it's a gaming hub. Like I know Warhammer World is a gaming hub, but like it would be an 8-hour flight for me to get to there. And don't get me wrong, I love GW's products. Big fan of their miniatures, but not enough to fly 8 hours just to visit their store. It's not really the equivalent to Disneyland. It's not nearly as cool as Disneyland. Like, I would need to see pictures of this place first because I need to see exactly how big and impressive the the scenes are that they set up. Like, trust me, I would love to go. I would love to go, but I would need a good reason. I would need more than just Warhammer World to get me out to DC. I'm in California. DC is literally the opposite end of the country from me. And so like, it would be a multi-$100 flight, possibly $1,000+ because of a round trip. and then I'd need a con to be out there. If there was a convention out there and I had the opportunity to go, absolutely in a heartbeat. Absolutely in a heartbeat, I would go. And if I was closer, like if I lived on the East Coast and I could more easily like either fly there in just like a couple hours to visit, or I was like in Virginia or Maryland, which are adjacent to DC, absolutely. I'd probably try to be there for like opening day. But because I'm in California and that's literally across the country and would be a very expensive venture when I know that I'm on GW's blacklist, so would never actually like get anything out of it in regards to like, I could never get them to take me out there, for example. Like they would never sponsor me to go visit it, for example, because I'm on their blacklist. So unfortunately, without there being some other reason for me to be in that region of the country, probably not. But it's very cool. And it sounds like they might have the intention of making more than one. So if they have one on the West Coast, or hell, if they put one in Vegas or LA, Seattle, hell, Dallas, I would be willing to fly to before flying to DC. DC sucks. Like I've lived there before and the traffic in that area is horrendous. And it's kind of I did not vibe well with there. So I would love to go down the line. And if they, like I said, put one on the West Coast, GW, I'll be there in a heartbeat. But East Coast one, unfortunately, less likely. I hope so. I mean, I think they might if it's successful as well, and I really hope it's successful. And like I said, if I'm on the East Coast for whatever reason, the problem is right now, because I have an older cat, I don't tend to travel that much. Like I'm actually going to my first out-of-state convention in April, and I haven't been to an out-of-state convention in 10+ years. So I'm actually kind of nervous because it's been a while since I've flown. It's been a while since definitely been a while since I've traveled. Definitely been a while since I've traveled out of state, and all this stuff. So I'm actually kind of nervous about it, but that will be my first con outside of my, like the cities that, like the regional area that I live in years. So I gotta ease myself into it. I gotta ease myself into it. But down the line, though, that's really cool. And I had, I think I had remembered hearing like a rumor of that happening, but I hadn't actually seen the full details. So thank you for calling it out, George, because that like is really cool to me. Like I'm really happy they're doing it. I just wish it was closer, because like, dude, it's so far away. It is so far away. But very cool. Like, don't get me wrong, it would be really neat, and I would probably even do a video on it, because like, it'll be my first time at a Warhammer World. But yeah, it being in DC, like, kind of blows. Why did they pick there? I wonder. Like, I'm just wondering, like, why DC and not like New York or LA or Chicago or Dallas or Houston or... Like, why DC? I mean, I guess enough stuff happens there because it is the country's capital and everything like that. So I guess I kind of get it, but it wouldn't be my first choice. I don't think it would be my first choice. I don't know actually what my first choice would be. Where does Adepticon happen? Because honestly, If I was Games Workshop, and I'm working on putting a Warhammer world in the States, because I know I've got a lot of Warhammer nerds in the States, I would put it in whatever city I consistently have one of my top tier tournament events at. Doesn't that happen in Dallas? Is that where that happens? Or is it like Minnesota or something like that? Where is Adepticon? That's really cool. See, yeah, like, I mean, like, the other thing is too, is like, if I want to go to Warhammer, if I have to, okay, here's what I'll say. If I have to fly over 8 hours to get to a Warhammer world, I would fucking rather fly to England, where there's far more interesting things for me to do than fly to DC. That's legitimately how I feel. I would rather go to the UK one first before going to the one in DC, simply because I've been to DC, and while there are some cool museums and stuff there, don't get me wrong, and I haven't been back to like the Air and Space Museum in like ages, and I definitely underappreciated it the last time that I was there, so I would love to go back to it, and there's a bunch of other cool museums in that area. So like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely stuff I could do there, but in regards to like, as a content creator, if I'm gonna go to that, I want other things I can do content-wise, and like, while maybe some of the like military sections of those museums, like the Air and Space one, would be cool, and I can maybe focus on that, it would be a kind of a hard stretch, right? So, but if I'm going to the UK, that's inherently more interesting because I'm an American going out of the country. So I think like, I would rather plan a trip around that kind of concept and make content around that, because it would literally be, like, I would be traveling for work. It wouldn't be a leisure thing at that point, because I would definitely be expensing that flight. That's what it would have to be. Also, yes, thank you and welcome to Kev. Thank you for subscribing. That is so cool that they have a rhino though. Like, I wonder if they're gonna do something like that at the DC one. Probably not. So I don't know if you can have like, I don't know if you can like drive the rhino around, you know, with the treads and stuff. Is it on, so is it actually on treads? The rhino that's in the UK one? Because doesn't that tear up the road? How do they get away with that? It's fine. I think I'm just not super like thrilled with our government right now, and so the center of our government doesn't really like appeal to me on a visitation level right now. But it was cool. I mean, there's some interesting stuff to do there, don't get me wrong. There's some interesting monuments, there's a lot of history there. But it's also like so young. We're such a young country. We have like no history. It's so sad. I'm sad about it sometimes. That's why I'm really jealous of those of you in the UK and anywhere in Europe, basically anywhere outside of the US, because y'all have culture in ways that I feel like we do not. And I'm sad about that, because you have like really cool history stuff and like literal ancient periods you can pull reference from and all of that stuff. And I'm like, oh. The rhino is on full tracks, but it's unfortunately ultramarine colors. Oh, well, I mean, they're the poster children for Games Workshop. Of course it's in ultramarine colors. Honestly, I would have been more shocked if you had told me it wasn't in ultramarine colors. Like, the fact that it's ultramarine colors is in no way a surprise to me. Although I also don't hate the ultramarines the same way that everybody else, well, not everybody else, but a lot of fans do. Mostly because I just can separate the fact that I know that GW just does it because they're blue and gold, and those are heroic colors. And despite the fact that there are no heroes in the 41st millennium, GW absolutely treats the Space Marines as heroes, and what better to have as your heroic representation of all of this faction than the boys in blue and gold, because that's a very common, ha, I am heroic and a good guy vibes. I mean, come on, are you guys really shocked that they made an Ultramarine Rhino? They have literally been spouting the Ultramarines into our faces from the get-go. Like, you can't be shocked about it. You can't be surprised that they're painting it blue and gold. They're gonna always paint it blue and gold. They love the Ultramarines. They want you to think about Rome all of the time, gentlemen. Just constantly be thinking about Rome. Although I guess technically... No, wait, they are definitely Rome. The Blood Angels are more... Are the Blood Angels more Greek or are they more Roman, would you say? I feel like I need Chaos Cultist here for this conversation. He is the mega Blood Angel fan. But I feel like... Surprised? No. Disappointed? You betcha. Fair enough, Neo. Fair enough. I mean, I kind of come to expect it, so I'm less disappointed by it because I just know that's what they're gonna do. And I guess it doesn't bother me as much. Like, they hardly deviate from, like, if Games Workshop picks a color scheme for a faction and just goes with it for consistency and cohesiveness. Yeah, they're noble vampires, but I think they're supposed to be very, like, they also have the laurels and they have, like, I feel like it's still a Greco-Roman vibe. I just don't know if it leans more Greek or if it leans more Roman. I feel like the Ultramarines are definitively Roman, though. But now I'm like, are they? Or am I mixing that up and they're actually more Greek? But I think it's Rome. I definitely feel like it's Rome. You guys can correct me. Somebody in the comments will correct me and tell me how wrong I am and that I'm potentially just a complete faker because I don't know this information. But I genuinely just can't remember. And like, Ultramarines are not my go-to faction. Like, I don't hate them in the same way other people do. I don't even dislike them in the same way other people do, but they're definitely not my go-tos. Like, if I'm gonna paint some boys in blue, I'm gonna pick the Crimson Fists. Thank you very, very much. I like the blue and red combo more than I like the blue and gold combo. And I always have, because the Crimson Fists were my first Warhammer army. And damn do I love those boys. Pedro! Pedro Cantor! My boy! My boy! Daddy Dorn! That's why I was wondering if they lean a little bit more Roman, because like they aren't inherently, but there are some elements because okay, these I almost called them sanguineous, but that is absolutely sanguinar gore. Oh my god, I slurred that so badly because I started to say it way too fast because I got excited about remembering the word. The Sanguinor Guard are definitely based off of either some kind of Roman or Greek armor. Okay, I thought it was Roman Empire, but what about the Blood Angels? Because hold on, I have a phone. I have access to the internet. Just look it up, Angela. Were the Blood Angels inspired more by Rome or Greece? Oh, Renaissance Italy, which is why I'm getting the Roman vibes, but not Roman. So it's Renaissance, it's Italian Renaissance is what the aesthetic, which I guess makes sense because the maybe that's what it is. Maybe the Sanguinor Guard are like the Renaissance inspired Greco-Roman I mean, it literally was a renaissance of that. So that's probably that's why I'm getting the vibe from it. You know, I didn't actually know that though. That's pretty cool. it also explains a lot of the similarities between some of their armor designs a little bit. Because if you really look at it, there are some cohesions.
What do Panda Express for dinner?
Oh my fucking god, yes. That sounds delicious. Did you know that the Blood Angels are Italian Renaissance inspired?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I kept thinking they were, I was like, because I was talking with chat and I was like, are they Greek or more Roman inspired? Because I knew they were inspired off of one of them. Like they had a little bit of a Greco-Roman vibe, especially because of the Sanguinar Guard.
Yeah, it's because of like the Renaissance copying that period.
Exactly. And I was like, oh my god, that makes so much more sense. Because I was like sitting there going, and I was freaking out, not actually, but I was like sitting there going, am I being dumb? Because
I mean, I would say it's definitely a mix of the two.
It is.
In the exact same way that they in the Renaissance were referencing
both
the Roman stuff,
which was also copying the Greek stuff. Yes. However, the Ultramarines are Roman. Like,
I think they're more Greek.
Are they more Greek? That was the thing I couldn't remember. I'm like, are they more Greek or are they supposed to be more Roman? And I could not remember.
I only say that because while they are, of course, like everything in Warhammer, very military, McFrag and Ultramar and all that tends to be the most enlightened. Which enlightenment is more of
the Greek thing.
Is a Greek thing more than a Roman thing.
Well, that's why I was wondering, because I was like, honestly, and I never got this out, but the thing that I was trying to get out earlier was they feel very Athens to me. Like, Ultramar, like when I see pictures of it, reminds me of Athens a little bit in a lot of like white marble and just like pillars and all sorts of stuff, right? So
I mean, the fact is it's all using all of it.
I mean, it is. It was just something that, like, for some reason, I don't even remember why we specifically got.
Roman? Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
I mean, it makes sense. The columns and all that are like they're
more Roman.
They show it. It's definitely more Italian.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, like I can't like I said, I wasn't 100% sure.
So if you want to go more military, Rome makes more sense.
I guess that's true. Yeah. But yeah, it's just, the reason this partially came up, did you know that they're having a Warhammer World open up in, like an official one open up in DC?
No, that's cool.
Yeah, I was like debating, I'm like, you know, honestly.
It used to be like Games Workshop at least there, but.
Yeah, but apparently it's gonna be like a Warhammer World, like the one that's in Manchester or whatever. And I'm like, that's really cool, but like, why in DC? Like, that's like, because somebody was asking if I would go to it, and I'm like, I mean, if I was on the East Coast for another reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a big Warhammer.
The problem is like, I know it's kind of a semi-museum to 40K and like, and Games Workshop products, but like, the problem is that like, it's in DC, which I kind of find boring. Like, there's some cool museums, but like, ultimately.
I don't want to go to DC right now.
I don't want to go to DC right now. And I also, like, it's not my first pick of a city to want to just like casually visit anyways. And it's across the country. Like, we're in California, so it is literally an 8-hour flight to get over there. So like, there'd have to be a really good like, I would need another reason to be in that area to go to it. I basically boiled it. Yeah, and I boiled it down to, you know, like, honestly, if I'm gonna have to fly that far anyways, I'd rather just go back to England and go to the actual Warhammer World in the UK than do that, because I could make more content out of a UK trip. Because I could like visit Norwell's Bard and like see Adam.
Okay,
and
fine.
But,
that is the best justification here. However,
yes,
there's one in Tokyo.
Oh shit! I forgot about the Tokyo. Yeah, screw it. I'm going to the Tokyo one.
Yeah, I was like,
if I'm gonna fly that far,
sure it'll be like. I mean, we don't even fly east to get to England. I'm pretty sure we fly over the North Pole, which I don't know with modern military events what that's like.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
The Romans also did believe they were the best of the best. That's true. Yeah, it's very true. Have we talked about Rome enough for everybody today? Have we thought about them enough? Do you think we've hit our quota?
Probably.
All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap up because we're completely done with everything that I wanted to get done today. We built everybody. Next time on Thursday, I will be back at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, or your regional equivalent. And the likelihood is I will be probably painting, not...
Securitrons.
Yeah, I'll probably be painting Securitrons. Maxim is going to be a tutorial. So if you guys who have been wanting a tutorial again from me, my plan is we're gonna be doing him as a tutorial. So you can expect that sometime in the near future. But more than likely on Thursday, I think I'm wanting to paint our big chonky boys, these Securitrons. So I'm very hyped for that. I've got Yes Man, and I've got a just like militarized Securitron here. And so we're gonna be working on that. And
we'll be talking about tomorrow's episode.
We will definitely be.
Oh my god, I am like.
We're getting
we're going down, baby. Like, I feel like this plane's going down.
I really do too, and I'm actually very excited for it. So yeah, so expect.
Are you?
Well, in the sense
I
that.
meant quality of the show.
Oh.
I meant the universe of Fallout. I meant a lot of things.
Fair enough. I'm trying to hold out optimism that they're going to.
I haven't crashed yet. I just feel like the plane's going down. There's that little voice going beep beep. Pull up. Beep beep. Pull up.
Yeah, you're asleep at the wheel or something,
Yeah.
or they're asleep at the wheel. Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried, but I'm also trying to hold out.
Like, what can save it now?
Something really exciting happening with House or something like that. Like, I don't know, but I need them to pull it together. Cause like I'm not as disappointed as I think everybody else is, but I definitely have my concerns. And I do need them to start bringing more together. Like I said, I mean, I've gone over this before, but I need them to bring more of it together, especially back to episode 1. I need a little bit more from Hank and a little bit more about House, because I feel like we've spent a ass ton of time on some semi-interesting stuff with the Brotherhood and some semi-interesting stuff with Lucy and the Ghoul, but ultimately, none of it has been like hyper consequential beyond, well, I guess that goes the West Coast Brotherhood factions.
Everything that has been consequential has been deleted,
Yeah,
deleted.
exactly.
And that is the crux of, at the end of the day, everybody's anger right now.
Yes.
It's not about quality of writing or anything. It's like, regardless of what's been written, every faction has been destroyed.
Yep.
And no one has created a new gang, a new faction, a new power to fill these vacuums.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes no sense from a progression standpoint. It's gonna be like, well, it's years, things would have changed. People said Caesar's Legion would have collapsed. I'm not arguing that Caesar's Legion wouldn't have collapsed, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I am arguing that if Caesar's Legion collapsed and the NCR collapsed, then House would have moved. If House didn't move, then the fucking gangs would have rallied together and taken over the Waste. If they didn't do it, then the super mutants would have done it, and no one has done anything except die.
It's true.
And that is the crux of the issue right now with season 2. I apparently had some aggression about that.
Apparently. I completely agree with you, and I think they're using Maximus to set up a new faction that they're going to then
The
use.
Brotherhood isn't new.
I don't think he's gonna be the Brotherhood anymore. I think they're gonna be.
The hyper-liberal, yay, we welcome everyone is what the NCR was.
I know. I think what Bethesda wants to do is I think they want to have
They want to have the NCR with the Brotherhood as their military wing, aka they kind of want America a little too much.
Yeah, they do. But I really think that's what they're trying to set up with this series a little bit for the next game that I really don't think we're going to see until like 2032.
Especially now that they're going to do this, everyone's going to be really angry at it.
Yep, and they're going to have
be like, all right, well, we have to go redo everything we had even started if there's
Exactly.
5 pages of it.
Exactly. So I think that's going to be the problem. But I'm excited to talk about the next episode.
Oh, boy.
And everything that's going to be about it. So expect a lot of that on Thursday. If you don't want Fallout spoilers, I guess don't show up for that episode, because that'll definitely be the first half of it at least. So maybe like pop in by after 3 p.m. or something like that, because we'll probably be done talking about it by that point. But yeah, I'm sure we'll have some feelings. But yes, I'm going to go ahead and head out, and we're going to go get some Panda Express for dinner. And I'm very excited about that because honestly, it sounds very savory and I really am quite hungry at this point. So thank you all for being here with me on my first stream back after my vacation. I'm really excited to be back with you guys and I hope you had fun today. So thank you guys and I'll see you next time. Have a lovely hobby night, everybody.